I don't know. I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. Good God, we're here now! Hey, it's the finale and stuff. Things have been happening in Amazing Circus Digital Land, and now we're supposed to take a look at the things that happens next. Oh, I got completely thrown off my fucking game by this, but, I don't know if there's anything else to do. By the way, the people sending super chats and stuff, thank you! Chat is moving a little bit too fast for me to catch any of it, but I appreciate it. For the most part, while we're watching, because, you know, because you all have seen it already, I'm gonna hide chat. I can't see you anymore now. You're gone. You don't exist. You have been banished to the Shadow Realm. And I can't see you, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves as you please. Now, bear in mind, there might be some people who, for some fucking reason, are using this video to watch the episode for the first time. I don't recommend it. I recommend watching the thing on your own and then coming over here to see my reaction. But, you know, some people are like that. So you can talk amongst yourselves. You can have fun. Maybe go light on the spoilers. Just go light on the spoilers until the episode has had time to catch up to it. That's more or less what we're going to do. And anyway, that's fucking enough preamble. Let's get into this. Let's see what happens. Oh, we're right back where we started, are we? Well, now you know what I have to do, right? You know what I have to do now. I have to go back to episode 1. Because I'm pretty sure it's completely identical. I'm pretty sure. But I do want to check. Because, like, that would be the sensible thing to do, is literally just copy the sequence. And it does look like that's what they've done. Save for the Glitch Productions logo, which has changed since then. Yeah, the stair-stepping on the trees looks more or less identical. I'm looking at the stair-stepping on the trees and, like, I think it's pretty much the same. Let's see if I can match the frame. You knew this was going to happen. Like, it's... yeah, I think they have actually fully copied the original sequence without changes. And just reused it so that we end where we began, which makes sense. Cool. Interesting. But now what's gonna happen? Oh, I see! Yeah, no one to run the ring. Indeed. So this bit surely then must have been... I'm gonna have to compare these directly.
Welcome to the amazing digital circus!
Yeah, because, like, you can see it immediately with the curtains, that they are much more complex. It might be the same model, but the rendering on them is completely different, right? I think it's probably the same model of the curtains that they've used. And then in the meantime, let's see. Yeah, I think they've kept the models mostly the same. And it's just the rendering tech that's, like, the big difference. I don't think they're identical models. So I think the models have been rebuilt, but they've gone to a lot of trouble to make sure. Presumably they've just altered and edited the original models as they go. Like, you can see the hot air balloon, much more detail on it. Something in the structure has changed a little bit, I think, maybe. Certainly the textures are much more advanced. The colors are so much more well-balanced. It's amazing. Like, this... The first episode always really had the look of, like, a... You know, like when people do the Mario 64 and Unreal Engine things, right? Or I rebuilt this classic video game in Unreal Engine, and it's sort of the default lighting that they've just got on with all the glow effects and shit. Digital Circus Episode 1 looks a little bit like that, right? And I believe it was built in Unreal Engine, if I don't miss my guess. And you can see here, like, it does look like the scene has been rebuilt to at least some extent. But you can also just see how much better they've gotten at, like, materials rendering and handling. God, I want to know the difference in time it takes to render out an episode of the Digital Circus. Like, the render farms that they must have running to make the frames. Like, does it take longer, or is it faster to render a single frame of Digital Circus now than it was when they started? Because, like, presumably they'll have upgraded their equipment a lot since then. They will have upgraded their software. I want to know I want to fucking know some of the technical details behind this shit. This is interesting. Let's see if we can get a closer look at... I mean, motion blur is kind of stymieing me here a bit, but... Yeah, like, one difference, you can tell that things are laid out a little bit differently. Maybe the camera settings are a bit different. They're replicating the original shot very closely, but some things have changed, like the position of the little skybox there. A few things about the proportions and, like, the depth of space in the circus itself have changed. And then, perhaps most obviously... Yeah, just the fucking light rendering alone, materials rendering the models. Gangle's model, I feel like people don't talk about it as much, but Gangle's model has gotten so much better as well than it was. And more complex, too. Like, they've really done a lot with, like, rendering the shine on her ribbons to sort of give her volume and form. Her posture has changed. The way that her mask and arms connect to her shoulders have changed. Her posing is better. You can see how much of a difference it makes, especially you can see how the twirling ribbon here, all the lighting and shine effects that come from inside makes such a difference to how her body shows up relative to the much flatter lighting design in the first episode. And then Zuzu. I was curious whether they were going to have Zubul wearing exactly the same pieces. Not quite. Some of the same ones, or like some identical in shape anyway. I'm curious about Zubul's changes, because Zubul is one of those models that it's like, it's harder to tell what the underlying changes to it might have been, because they change every single episode. So one wonders, on the technical level, what has changed about Zubul's rig. Yeah, not much for Kinger. Kinger sort of entered the show looking much like he does now at the end as well. Again, materials rendering and probably some underlying model, like, rigging changes. I think the way that the robe interacts with him has probably shifted a little bit. Like, 2019, 2026, right? Yeah, I'd need a real close-up on them to really get a sense. It is interesting, because one of the things about episode 1 is its camera moves. Like, its choices in direction and camera move and cinematography is overall a lot worse than it gets. Like, a lot of the shots are not nearly as well composed. They're not as interesting in terms of, like visual weight and where they put the subjects and things like that. They are a lot more static and kind of stale, and, like, it's a show finding its feet in episode 1. It's funny to see episode 9 replicate these exact same camera choices, right? Like these exact same choices of where to put the characters in frame. God, here's the character who might have benefited by far the most. From model changes over the course of the show. Jax really was an awkward little motherfucker at the start of the show, wasn't he? Like, and it's always, like, it is difficult to replicate a fucking rubber hose cartoon character in 3D at the best of times, but the way that he sort of folds awkwardly at the joints, right? Like, the way that his model just doesn't quite feel cohesive. It feels a little dangly and awkward, and then just how much more alive his model feels in episode 9. How much more dead he is inside. Well, no, actually, Jax was dead inside from the start. That's sort of the thing about Jax, right? Like, Jax has been emotionally killing himself from episode 1. That's the whole arc of the characters, is like, it is revealed more and more just how dead he is inside, because he has made himself dead inside as a survival strategy. And of course, no Bublé. No Michael Bublé singing it in. It would have been very funny to get Michael Bublé to voice Bubble, wouldn't it? Now, here I wonder, is it the same? It's probably the same teapot model, right? Like, because it would be, because it's the teapot model. I think they are using exactly the same models, again, with the difference just being materials rendering and lighting. And you can see the sheer difference it makes just to have better lighting, even on a shot full of motion blur like this. Just the fact that you have this, like, deep, dark background up here. This much better management of contrast. And of saturation as well. Like, first episode, part of the point was that it needed to be, like, maximally saturated at all times, because that's what 90s 3D animation often was. Very, like, it didn't have, like, sophisticated, like, ambient occlusion shit. Like, it didn't have sophisticated rendering to create, like, good-looking scenes. But you can really see how much color, even in this, like, much more... They're deliberately making the opening as colorful as it was, but because the way that they handle lighting is so different, it's so much less garish and oversaturated. Anyway, day after day after day after day after day after day after day. So some time has passed, huh?
Are you sure? How did that even happen? There's no undo or anything?
He was messing with the console as I was working.
Yeah, it was him.
I don't know what happened, but before I could try to get him back, the floor opened up and...
That's convenient.
Jax.
What? Are we all just supposed to forgive this? This guy messed up in the worst possible way he could.
Oh ho, Jax. Did he now? And you think that it's unfair if someone who has messed up in the worst possible way gets forgiven for that? You think that's not... you think that's unfair if someone else gets forgiven for doing a really, really bad fuck-up, for doing the worst thing he could possibly do by causing someone to effectively abstract, right? The metaphor for death, right? Are we projecting a little bit, Bunny Boy? Are we projecting some internal feelings? Are we now? And Jax is not talking about Caine here, right? Like, it's like Jax doesn't give a shit about Caine, really, right? Like, why is Jax getting upset that Kinger killed Caine? Caine was the enemy. Why does Jax give a shit? Well, because he's not talking about Caine right now, is he? That's not what he's reacting to. He's reacting to something else entirely. There's someone else in his head right now. I'll bet you dollars that it's Ribbit. Probably also Kaufmo, but I'll bet you dollars that it's Ribbit. Not a lot of dollars. Like, that's a bet with low odds. I think that's a pretty safe one. But yeah, so it was Caine messing with the console as Kinger was working, which again, it begs that question about Caine's mind, right? Because we know that Caine is deeply unstable. And there is that question of Caine in episode 8 is having a huge fucking tantrum. He's throwing a huge fucking tantrum because he's a little boy, and he's a little boy with the powers of a god who has nothing in his head, right? Who has no coping mechanisms, who has no understanding, no knowledge of human beings, except what he was fed in his training data. And all of his training data, as we saw, was pictures of children's birthday parties. It was theme parks, and it was like plastic alligators and swimming pools and hamburgers and hot dogs and all of the childish shit. That's all he was given to work with, right? Like, that's all he knows about human existence is that, right? These are the tools he has available to him. And he's given near omnipotent godlike power to make a world, to make human beings happy, right? And he can't do it. It doesn't matter. He's a god functionally, and he's powerless. He has no power. He cannot control them. He cannot make them happy, no matter what he does. And eventually, because this is how he was made, he was made very immature, and then they stopped developing him because they moved on to the next version. So they never gave him anything else to work with, and that frustration boils over. He throws a tantrum, and eventually that tantrum leads to his destruction. There's that question of Kinger Caine messing with Kinger in the background, like as a subconscious death drive, maybe? Because the thing is, when a child is lashing out, they're looking for boundaries. When a child is lashing out, they are looking for they're looking for their parent to guide them, right? Like to say, stop, this has to stop now, and here's how we're going to work through these feelings, right? Like that's what a kid needs, right? Like that's children testing boundaries like that. And Caine is like being a fucking teenager, lashing out against his like these figures that he sort of considers he's a puppy looking for love from parents, right? And I wonder if that comes with a bit of a death drive to it. Not necessarily intentionally, not an intentional suicidality, but like, oh, Kinger is fucking with the console? Fine, I'll fuck with it. Who cares? Who cares about the consequences? I don't care about the consequences. The consequences don't matter. Oh, you want to delete me? You want to delete me, don't you? You hate me because you just want to delete me. Fine, let's just delete me. Wait. And then, like, the moment he realizes the consequence of what he's doing, he instantly goes, oh no, that wasn't supposed to happen. In the same way that a child, when they've realized they've gone too far and now the consequences are coming, will go, oh no, wait. That's what it felt like to me. I wonder if there's a death drive in there. I wonder if it's a thing of he was lashing out and hoping that someone would, like, take control or push back. But no one can because he's a god. That's the fundamental problem with Caine, right? He's a god, essentially. He's a child with godlike powers. No one can set a boundary with him. Like, the characters in the circus try many times, but you can't, because if he doesn't want to hear you, he doesn't have to, right? If he feels like a conversation is uncomfortable for him, he can just make it so that it never happened, so he doesn't remember it, so that it doesn't matter, right? And so, yeah. Anyway, Jax, how are you doing?
Are we all just supposed to forgive this? This guy messed up in the worst possible way he could. Now we have nothing.
Jax, please, just calm down. We're
Anything else you want to tell us?
Jax!
What? He gets to mess up like this and everyone takes his side?
Brain scans. Scratch was trying to make a brain scanner. I didn't think it actually worked. We didn't know how to work with the files, and they were impossibly small, given what they were supposed to be. I saw a folder full of them when I was in Caine's code. So, I guess Caine found a way to get them working.
That means...
I know what it means. Congratulations, Zooble! Guess you still get to leave your mark in the world. Oh, isn't that fun?
Jax.
I guess you still get to hang out with Mommy after all, right, Rags?
Shut up, Jax!
Guess I'm... still...
I know. I think I've always known. It just... for some reason... it still hurts so much to hear it.
I know it hurts, but we still have each other.
Oh, those eyes are big right now. Them's eyes is big. Jax has just had it confirmed to him, right? Oh, we are just our archetypes. Oh, cool, we are just fictional characters. We're just cartoon characters. We're not real. None of this is real. None of this has ever been real. Hooray! And I'm sure he will react to that information in the best, healthiest way he can. I'm sure that confirming all of his worst suspicions about himself and his reality will only lead to good things. Oh no. Oh no, poor bunny boy. Oh, you're about to have a severe psychological episode, aren't you? We knew that. Like, I've known. They've made it very obvious that Jax was like the final... I don't think antagonist. I don't think villain. Exactly, in terms of what the narrative is trying to convey. But the final conflict is Jax. Yeah. And this is where we return to... Like, I've been yammering on about existentialism for so fucking long about Digital Circus, right? I've been yammering on about, like, oh yeah, Sartre, no exit, like fucking Kierkegaard and all that bullshit. Like, I've been sort of pretentiousing my way through it. But this is where that comes in, right? Like, you have just had revealed to you that your existence is fundamentally absurd, right? That there is no meaning in the universe, that there is no divine meaning behind your pain, right? That there is no system or order or any good reason, and that you are a brief, pointless blip in a simulation. I think it's also simulation theory, which is like outside of my field of expertise. It's generally a silly idea, but essentially the idea that the whole universe is a kind of simulation that might be running on a hyper-advanced computer, and if so, what we expect, like, that nonsense. You've just had confirmed to you that existence is meaningless. Existence is absurd, right? Like, the entire condition of your life and your consciousness is completely absurd. What do you do now? Right? And in Sartre's case, in No Exit depicts a vision of hell, right? It is a bunch of characters who have died, and they've gone to hell. And as they arrive in hell, they are led by probably the devil, or one of the devil's servants, into a little room. And the devil or the devil's servant says, yeah, this is where you're going to be spending eternity in hell. And they go, it's just a room. Like, it's just a room. There's some art in there. There's a couple of benches. It's just a room. There's no torture. There's no nothing. And, like, the first character arrives and is like, oh, really? Is that's all it is? Oh, okay. Fine, I guess. And then a second character arrives, and then a third character arrives, and as the longer these characters are stuck with each other, the more they start to get under each other's skin, right? Their neuroses, their need for validation, their need to be recognized, have their identities and their feelings and their opinions and their beliefs and their humanity recognized in the eyes of another, start to override their entire capacity to be present in the room with each other. They can't just sit still and shut up and just exist. They have to interact. They have to talk. They have to... because they can't not do it. And the conclusion of the play that the characters come to is, oh, after they have essentially tormented each other emotionally throughout the entire play and been given a chance to leave. That's the other thing about No Exit. There is a point when one of the characters tries to open the door to the room and find that it's open. And they go, oh shit, we could actually just leave. And then they don't. Because they get so... But if I leave, then I won't get to prove you wrong about me. If I leave, then I don't get to finish this argument. Then I don't get... Like, then your suspicions about me would be validated and correct, and I can't have that. I can't have my self-image. I can't have my identity threatened like that. So they all end up staying in the room. and tormenting each other forever. And so the conclusion that the characters come to is l'enfer c'est les autres, right? Like hell is other people, right? Not in the sense that inherently, if human beings are together, they're always going to torment each other, but that the deepest torment that human beings can inflict on one another is this social play of like deep existential ennui and pain when you need so badly to be recognized in the eyes of another, right? Like that human beings cannot be independent from each other. And so if you have a bunch of people together whose neuroses don't work very well together, whose pathologies don't work very well together, whose issues conflict with each other, that's when people can inflict the deepest torment on one another. Not even necessarily out of direct cruelty, but because what's wrong with you makes everything that's wrong with me worse, right? And I see a lot of reflection on that like idea in Digital Circus, right? Because the flip side of that is people can also make each other better. That doesn't happen in Sartre's play because they are in hell. But the flip side is people can make each other better, right? Like our issues can be ways to relate to each other, to connect to each other. And certainly what Digital Circus has been showing so far is that the antidote to absurdity, the antidote to the misery of the digital circus, right? Like the antidote to the neuroses and the pain and all of that is to look beyond yourself a little bit and say, we are all we each other have got, right? We are all we have, and we need to be there for each other. We need to be there for each other together. Connection, empathy, right? Understanding, care. And one of the points that Digital Circus makes is that's not about whether or not people deserve it, right? Jack certainly doesn't feel like he deserves it. We saw that just now, right? Kinger fucked up and people forgive him? That's not allowed. People don't deserve to be forgiven for their mistakes. He's talking about himself. But the point that's made in episode 8 multiple times is, yeah, you are an asshole and you have wronged us and you have transgressed against us. And it's not about whether you deserve it. We are all each other have. Like, we are all that we have. And so it doesn't matter whether he deserves it. Doesn't matter whether he has earned it in some cosmic tallying of the karma points or whatever. Because the only way for them, the only way for everyone to be able to hold on to their humanity, the only way for everyone to be able to cope with this is if this circle of humanity is extended to everyone, right? If you can't just be thrown away, if you can't just be pushed out, regardless of what you've done. Which is... I saw the poster for the episode, and there was a bee on it that had Caine's hat on, which certainly for me feels like foreshadowing that Caine is going to get to return in some way, shape, or form. They're going to conjure up another console, and Kinger is going to program him back and maybe make him a little bit better. Like, again, Caine, a character who, given how much torment and misery he has inflicted on people and how much manipulation he's been doing and how much he's been fucking with them and lying to them, you could argue that he doesn't deserve a chance to live or be part of the circle, right? Be part of this circle of humanity. But I would expect that at some point he's going to be given a chance anyway. And I expect that this is going to end with tragedy for Jax. Like, this is over on my Tumblr. I made a long post about this. That I think there's two places Jax's character arc can end, right? There's two places it can go. Either he can reach his lowest point, right? He can have a huge blow up, he can lash out, he can hurt people and cause suffering, and at the end of it, they will reach out to him and they will still forgive him, and their forgiveness will be the seeds and like the hand that reaches down and pulls him back from the brink. And he can go on into a new tomorrow with a renewed sense of purpose and like togetherness and like this hopeful happy ending there in sight. The other way it can go is that Jax can't get himself to be vulnerable in the way that is necessary in order to reach out and say, I need your help, right? That whatever has happened to him, whatever he blames himself for, he has been stewing in it for so long. We know that he's basically like 2 minutes away from abstraction at basically all times, right? He's been stewing in it for so long that he has reached a point of no return. And he's gonna Macbeth it, right? I am in blood so far steeped that to go back would be as tedious as to wade over, right? Like I have come so far, I fucked up this much, I've been this cruel, I have hurt people this badly, and I'm gonna do it a lot more now because, hey, I'm a cartoon character. I can just kill people, I can just hurt people forever, and it's fine. Nothing's wrong with it. I can just hurt people forever because that's all I'm good for. And by the end of the episode, he's not gonna be able to pull out of that tailspin, and it's a tragedy, right? In the way of... I've been listening to a lot of Hades Town recently. I saw it on the West End last year. And it's Orphean, right? It's this thing of turning around right at the last second, even when it looked like, you know... I think that's the shape of it. I think the shape of this is an Orphean tragedy. That he's gonna have the chance, right? He's gonna have every chance to try and pull back from the brink, and because the damage is too much, right? Because things have progressed just a little bit too far. That's my prediction anyway. I don't think this is gonna end well. Like, the thumbnail certainly doesn't seem like it's implying a happy ending. And I kind of think self-destruction is where Jax's arc is going. Again, I will watch the episode at some point, I'm sure. Give it an hour or two for me to finish yapping and we'll watch the episode. Looking at I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, right? At the end of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Ted saves everyone else from Am by killing them. He kills them so they can be freed from Am's torment. And then he remains forever tormented in Am's control as a fleshy, blobby, immortal thing that cannot die, and which has no mouth, but it must scream, right? And Digital Circus being kind of an inversion of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, right? Ted is the only survivor in I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, so maybe in Digital Circus, Jax, who is the closest analog to Ted, is the only one who dies, right? Like, who doesn't make it, right? So yeah, I don't think this is going to end well. Also, the visual language here is... Right, like, there's a separation barrier. Jax is... Like, Pomni is looking towards the others. Jax is looking off into somewhere else. It's death flags for me, basically. Okay, let's see what happens.
We're all in this together.
Oh, boy. Together, right?
Need any help?
Sure, if you want to give it a try. Relax your body and mind. Deep breaths.
Da 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 da.
And try not to think too hard about it.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
I really wanted to help.
You had a good start.
I thought I could uplift everyone, but everything's gotten so bad. God, am I stupid for even trying?
No, none of this is your fault. I don't think anyone could have predicted things to play out the way they did.
I mean, I did a little bit. Some of them, a few of the things. I saw a few of them coming. Like, R.I.P. to you guys, but I'm built different. No, I would not have done any better in the circus than any of the characters.
I'm scared. I don't know what's gonna happen.
You know, out of all the people I've seen enter this place, I don't think any one of them adjusted as quickly as you did.
I was a nervous wreck.
So was I. It's a lot for anybody to go through. But while the others took weeks, hell, even months to get used to everything, myself included, you found your footing in a matter of days. And not just that, you've also become someone they can trust, even if they don't seem receptive. It's times like these they're gonna need someone like that the most. You're very strong, Pomni. And I know you'll be able to get through this.
We've been here before.
Have we?
Yeah. Back in the Milden Hall Manor. I doubt you remember.
Well, it's still true. It may take time, but they'll come around.
Yeah. I love your optimism, Kinger. It's what she needs right now. It shouldn't go unsaid either. But the fucking... I don't know it's possible to give enough props to the animation crew at Glitch. For just how good they've gotten at these fucking characters. Like, that little skitter, right? As Pomni sort of makes a decision to close in. That little... tick-a-tick-a-tick. Need any help? Little things, like just little good acting character choices. And it's funny, also, like, comparisons with episode 1, I suppose. Pomni coming into the circus for the first time, right? What's her posture like? Well, this, right? Knock-kneed, shoulders up, hands in front of her, uncertain, unsure. And then now that everything has kind of gone to shit, you can see she's kind of returning to that posing and posture, right? There's a character consistency there. Which is like, that's also a basic way to show that a character is feeling uncertain and insecure. But for Pomni, like, her body language otherwise changed a lot over the course of the show, as she, as Kinger points out, became much more confident. And sort of found herself. She developed a much more strong, confident body language. But now here we are at the end, and she's suffered her worst defeat ever. And that comes back, because that's what Pomni looks like when she's all fucked up in herself. I can't get over just how much I can. Trust your feelings, Luke. An elegant weapon for a more civilized time. Just so fucking Star Wars. Like, there's this just, like, fucking use the circus force, Pomni. If Kinger shows up as a blue hologram at any point during this episode, I'm fucking, like, it's... Interesting thing about Pomni's shoulders, also. Pomni's shoulders and the way her arms work have always been an interesting little bodge job of a thing. Because she doesn't actually have shoulders, right? Like, she doesn't actually have, like shoulders in there. And I can't remember if you can find a space where there's a shot of it. But in episode 1 especially, I remember, like, catching glimpses of how they're handling her arms, right? As these separate, disconnected objects that kind of clip into her body. Almost like these little orbs that are hovering, that aren't really attached in a way that's, like, makes physical sense. And that's still the case in episode 9, as we can see when she raises her arm, and daylight or light passes through where her shoulder joint should be, because the orb of her shoulder is disconnected from the body. And again, I wonder the extent to which this is just cheating to camera, and it's just the lighting engine pouring light in, and the extent to which it's intentional. That her body is essentially not quite, like... Because they're still doing the clipping thing, right? Like, with... It's fucking hard to see here, but they're still letting the shoulder clip into her body that way. It's interesting. Like, all the advances that are there and all the things that are everything that's changed and what remains the same, right? Because preserving those things is a choice. Like, that's a decision that they make to preserve certain parts of how Pomni's body works across model changes. You can see it here as well. The way that her shoulders sort of move and clip into her collar and, well, even into her cheek here, actually. Right, and that's not an animation mistake, right? You can maybe argue that the clipping is an animation problem in episode 1, where they haven't quite found their feet, but at this point, it's a choice. Like, that's a deliberate decision. That's a part of her character design, is that she clips, right? That parts of her body will clip into other parts, and that's part of the physics of the digital circus, right? Shit clips into shit all the time, because it's a computer simulation with imperfect physics. And I like that. It's fun to see how many things, like, so many things they could have decided to fix, right? They could have fixed it as they upped production values and remade the models and all of that. But they didn't, because why would you? It's wild how much bigger Pomni's eyes get. There's definitely something murder drones about Pomni's animation in episode 1. Right? Not completely. They don't completely do the Sonic mouth thing. But, like, you can see the legacy of murder drones and how that show was animated in... Well, in all the characters, really, but certainly in Pomni. There's so much more subtlety in the character performances. Kinger as well. I started doing this whole tangent because I wanted to talk about Kinger. His talking animations, right? We talked about it before. Kinger doesn't have a mouth. He doesn't have much of anything. He pretty much just has his posture and his eyes, right? And the eyes are the most expressive part of the human face, easily. Mouth comes in at a close second. And so, in order to deliver, like, that we have this tender, intimate, quiet, emotional connection between him and Pomni, it's a lot of this stuff, right? You see that little twist, that little retraction here? Up? Like he's sort of raising his chin maybe a little bit, or... Right, that little morph of the character, little tiny things that emulate how a human body shifts emotionally. And it really is, like, they can't punctuate, like, they can't do lip sync. They can't punctuate what he says with mouth movement. They can't do it with, like, nose. They can't do it with a nose on Pomni either. There's a lot of tools you don't have available here. And they're not even relying on hands either, right? Like, when you have a character that doesn't have a lot of facial expression, you can usually just rely on the hands to sort of do the heavy lifting of, like, getting them some expressiveness. But that doesn't work when it's a quiet, intimate chat like this. So it's a lot of slow, languid arcs and, like, deformations that match with the syllables of what he's saying. Little gestures with the eye, the eyebrows. And, like, if you animated a human character, like a character that had a human face, in the same way as Kinger is animated here, right, with the same level of body movement and shrugging and up and down and all that, they would look massively over-animated, right? Like, it would look way too... They would be like, oh, no, I am so sad about this thing that has happened. Right, that wouldn't work. But because it's Kinger, because Kinger has so little to work with, you have to over-animate to get it across a little bit. Because you're doing subtle body gestures and facial gestures with much less mobile pieces of a chess king. The wobble of the helmet is really helping a lot here. I think they might actually be using the handle a little bit to do a kind of lip sync with him. Like, it sort of acts a little bit like a lower jaw on his expression. He's taken the helmet out of race mode. It's just really good animation.
Take time, but they'll come around. We can't fix every problem.
Yeah.
Not with ourselves. Not with the world around us. But we can still do what we can.
It's gonna be a lot of work.
But it won't be a lot of work alone.
I don't know what the trouble's been, but it's too much to get over you. You're much too much to get over.
And time passes, yeah. I noticed there's no sun and moon either. Which, you know, all the NPCs go. Yeah, and again, the emphasis on everyone else is gravitating back together, and Jax has that bitterness. And I'll say, like, again, my assumption is Jax blames himself for being the reason Ribbit abstracted. That's my assumption. And he feels like he has never been forgiven for it, right? That's why he was yelling at Pomni about, like, stop blaming me for something everyone else did, right? When he thought she was accusing him of being part of why Kaufmo abstracted. So he's never forgiven himself for that. And so to see Kinger be forgiven, like that, from Jax's perspective, that is so unfair. And that must be so bitter. And so souring. And so alienating. Because he feels he hasn't been forgiven. Which, you know, like, it's not like his relationships with the other characters are particularly healthy, so I'm sure they haven't sat down and said, hey, I forgive you. Because Jax, if anyone tried to offer him forgiveness, would be like, I don't care. I don't need forgiveness. Give me a shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. I'm a rabbit. Right? But again, from Jax's, like, the emotional perspective is to see Kinger be forgiven when he can't forgive himself and no one else has forgiven him in the way that he feels like he needs. That is painful. To see someone else get that validation and love so easily that you just can't get no matter what you try and do, that there seems to be this invisible barrier between you and that, and it's just not ever going to be available for you, this community, this togetherness. Again, a barrier very much, at least in part, of his own creation, but still, right? Like, it's that the injustice of that must be very, very painful. Oh, hey, buddy.
Never mind.
Say it, you motherfucker! Just say sorry. One time. You don't even have to say sorry. You don't even have to be that vulnerable. You just have to say, do you want to hang out for a bit? You just have to say, do you want to hang out for a bit? Just for a second. Can I talk to you for a minute? Do you want to go sit by the beach? You don't even have to say sorry. You don't even have to be vulnerable. You can just You can play it off as casual and nonchalant if you want. Oh, he needs it so bad. He wants it so bad. And then he's like, I don't deserve it. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's not like it would change anything. It's not like it would matter. It'd be stupid to try. You can see him giving up. Right? He needs it so bad. And he wants it too. He wants to be together, right? To be with them. To be with her, especially. But he can't make himself be vulnerable. Oh, God. And again, this is where I'm talking about, like, Orphean tragedy, right? It's that thing of, you're right there! You're right there! You just don't turn around, Orpheus. Just one more step. Don't turn around for 5 seconds, man. 5 seconds. That's all you have to do. And that's what's happening here, right? Like, we're right there. We're so close. And yet, Pomni. The thing is, even if Pomni goes after him now, that might not, like, the moment might have passed. Oh, no. Let's see. Let's find out.
I wish I'd pried a little more.
Yeah! Me too, Pom-Pom. Really should have, like, that... Maybe that should have been the sign to, like... But the thing is, like... My sense is, if Pomni had just run after him and insisted, I think Jax would just have turned it into a big fight and yelled at her and told her to get away from him and fuck off and I don't want to talk to you and what are you doing, you clingy little... I don't even want to talk... Like... I think that's what would have happened because he had already made the decision that it's not worth it, I'm not going to try. And so if Pomni comes over and tries to force him to try, that's a fight, right? Also because Jax likes to pick a fight. We saw that in episode 8 when Pomni was trying to have a heart-to-heart. Jax was like, shoot me in the face with a gun. I don't care about you. I don't have friends. I'm a cartoon rabbit. So I don't know that it would have even worked, but like, come on, Pom!
I somehow forgot how bad it can get.
What do we do now?
What can we do? Of course he'd do this. Of course he'd wait until there's nothing we could do about it. That's just so... God damn it, Jax.
So that is Jax. That's not Kaufmo escaped from the basement or something. That's a brutal fucking cut, man. Jesus Christ, that's a brutal cut. Is that Jax? Fucking hell. Boy, okay, that's a fucking... That's a fucking hard cut, man.
What can we do?
Not the vibe right now, but really nice animation on the abstraction. The way it sort of glides and squashes and doesn't move in an entirely Euclidean way. That's really cool.
Of course he'd do this.
Boy.
Of course he'd wait until there's nothing we could do about it. That's just so... God damn it, Jax.
I'm sorry.
For what? okay. This isn't your fault.
Why can't I cry for him?
I suppose we should try coming up with a plan to keep him contained.
You know, I always thought it should have been me.
Don't say that.
Yeah, you would. Wouldn't you, Raggy? You would, wouldn't you? Because that would be Ragatha's way of thinking, right? Like, it's... Well, if I abstract, that's okay. You know, if that's what someone needs from me so they won't hate me, then that's okay. If it's me, right? If I sacrifice myself, if I rip myself to shreds so someone else can be spared from it, well, that's what I'm supposed to do, because my purpose is to be useful. You would say that, Ragatha, wouldn't you? Yeah.
I always thought it should have been me.
Don't say that.
Why can't I cry for him?
I was asking myself the same question at my grandmother's funeral. Why aren't I sobbing? Why aren't I crying, right? Why am I just sitting there? Why am I just sitting there? Why doesn't it feel like anything? And then, 2 weeks later, I smelled a little... It's a dish she cooked for me once, I think, when I was over visiting, and the memory just sort of... And then I spent a good 20 minutes on the floor, That's how it goes a lot. It's some little thing. You get a notification that it would have been their birthday today. You see a piece of clothing. Oh yeah, they used to have that, and then like some little thing moves in your brain and the whole thing just comes down. So that's normal, Gingle. That's normal. That's why it's more important to remember people than to perform, sorrow. Grief isn't just sobbing, right? Grief isn't just crying. Grief isn't just feeling sad. It's... Grief is watching an old movie and remembering that you meant to show that movie to them, but you never got around to it. That's grief.
Don't say that.
We were friends once. I mean, sort of friends. As much of friends as anybody could have been with Jax. We could talk to each other, at least. But then, what was it? Something like the snowy summit. I can't really remember. But something happened between him and her. And... Ribbit. Her name was Ribbit.
Yeah. I think I remember you mentioning her before.
I wasn't supposed to. After Ribbit was gone, I tried to comfort him. He told me to never mention Ribbit's name again. He made me promise. And I did. I think that's where our friendship really, finally ended. I wonder if things would have been different if I'd said no.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. The imagery here is... I mean, it's suicide imagery, right? It's... Because it's not like dying of natural causes. It's not like Pomni says, I'd forgotten how bad it could get, and then Jax is gone, and it's, yeah. It's suicide imagery. What if I'd done one thing differently, right? Yeah.
It was so hard for me. I still don't know why I did it. I just wanted him to know he wasn't alone. That I was there for him. And I guess I just didn't want to lose any more friends. Shows what I know, huh?
Ragatha, you were the first real friend I made here. And despite all that's happened, I still consider you my closest friend.
I'm glad we're still friends. What are we gonna do?
Make sure Gangle, Zubul, and Kinger are okay. I need someone like you right now.
Pomni, you've been one of the best things to happen to me since I got here. I trust you.
Ragatha has needed a hug so badly for this entire show. Like, Pomni, they've all needed a hug. Jax got a hug, and then he got angry. So as we've talked about, Ragatha has this stop-motion affectation with her mouth especially, right? That it moves at a, like, staggered, deliberately low-pace frame rate. And the thing is, for very subtle facial motion, right? Like, for very subtle expressions, micro-expressions, oftentimes animation, like, they will deliberately take something up to being animated on ones, right? Like, animated at the full frame rate. So they can do very, very smooth, very subtle, very small movements and motions. And that's an interesting little thing with Ragatha. Like, they can do that with her eyes, right? Like, they are animating the eyes at full frame rate to give you that full... You see the emotional process for Agatha, right? That goes from shock, because she hasn't had that level of physical affection for a while, touch-starved little ragdoll that she is. And you can see her eyes, especially, are doing the emotional processing as she begins to receive affection. Which, again, that was the thing Jax couldn't do in episode 6. He couldn't receive affection. He couldn't receive intimacy. He couldn't receive care. Because for him, that felt like mockery or a threat or an attack. And he lashes out against it, the poor guy. Like, Ragatha isn't the only one who needs a hug. Jax needed the hug more than anyone, but he couldn't accept it when it was offered because, you know, because he hates himself. They're doing some really good work with Ragatha's expression here. Because, like, that's a ragdoll with a button and a big, like, purple eye and a painted-on mouth, but I can see the... You know how sobbing is, right? Like, sobbing... As a physical action, sobbing is akin to vomiting. Right? When you vomit, your whole body is, like, constricting to... Like, to push this poison out of you, right? Like, you got something in your body that's poisoning you, your body goes, that needs to leave now... Squeeze everything and push it out, right? So vomiting is like this, something inside of you is being pushed out against your will. Really, really hard sobbing is the same way. It's just, you know, emotions that are leaving you rather than bile. And I feel like I can see that tension there, right? It's something there in there is pushing its way out. And it's pushing hard, and it's like... It's forcing her open, basically. Like the little quiver in the top lip. Right, as it begins to leak, and then... That's a good move. As an animation gesture, it's that classic thing of, we are hugging, we are as close as we can possibly be, right? Physically, we cannot get any closer without causing some clipping issues in the Digital Circus's physics engine. But when you really need that closeness, right? When you really fucking need to feel someone else's presence and to share a physical emotion with them, even though you literally can't get any closer, you'll try anyway. Pomni passing it on from Kinger, right? They need someone like you right now. Because it's true. That's the thesis, right? They all need each other. Also, yeah, like, absolutely ship valid. Like, I see that pink lighting over this scene. I see that. Ship valid, absolutely. This isn't a romantic scene as such, but it is a scene about the two of them, like, confirming and validating a deep emotional connection between the two of them. And they both walk out of the shadow into light, right? They're moving apart, but they're moving to the same place. They're moving to light, right? They're moving from darkness to light. The gun? Interesting. Oh, I see. Oh, are we gonna get to do some mind diving, are we? Yes, Hermes. Okay. All right. But. Have you come to complain about dinner? You have to go bother your mama about that, not me. Have to go bother your mama. Daddy's working. Okay, could you not? If you're gonna jump somewhere, don't kick off at my crotch. Jesus Christ. Also, don't step on the keyboard right now. It's very important that you do not step on the keyboard. Also, that you're not in front of Hermes. I can't see anything. Hermes. Little man. Hi, sweet boy. Yes, you purr. You purr so much. Oh, you purr. Oh, you purr. You're so cute. I can't feed you right now. I will feed you later. In approximately, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours when I'm done with this. Ah, silly boy. Gorgeous color work. Like, the lighting artists are really firing on all cylinders. The little flickers are good. Again, a character that has no mouth. But must scream. A character that has no mouth, no other facial features. All you can do is do emotional processing with the eyes. That little flicker. That little instability, that little... is a really good way to show that something's happening in there, right? That there's uncertainty, that there's it's that little flicker of the eyelid is something that you do when you're confused, right? Like when you're uncertain, when you're not quite sure how to react to something. They didn't render it at 60 FPS this time. But we're back to the fractals, aren't we? By the looks of it. I'm trying to see... I can't see any specific... Fuck, god damn it! Press the wrong hotkey. I can't see any specific Like, I can't see ribbit imagery or Kaufmo or... Good use of a dolly zoom here. Where you can see, like, the focal length changing in the camera lens and the whole space distorting. Good use of that. They overused it in episode 1, I remember commenting that. Because they did. Hang on. Wait a minute. I need to do a thing. That was not the thing. Sorry, I have Deltarune on the brain because of Chapter 5 tomorrow. In a couple of tomorrows. I had to. It was necessary. It was mandatory. What a good camera move this is. And again, the lighting artist's really just fucking going off on this one. Because we get from above Pomni's foot, looking down at it, it steps on the floor. Then the camera goes through the floor and is looking up at her from below it. That's really cool. Hey, gee, I wonder if that's where the trauma is kept. Boy, I wonder what's in there. Probably happy childhood memories. I'm sure there's no reason why the face has been scratched out. Oh, Jesus.
Jax? I just want you to know that if you need anything, or if you need to talk to anybody, I'm here for you. I know you need it. And I'm the only person who can help you. You need me. I can fix you.
Ha, yeah, that's what it feels like from his perspective, right?
What? We can't die from oxygen deprivation, remember?
So, that's... If Ragatha had gone before him... Yeah.
Come on, guys, put some gusto into it. We're gonna make this the best funeral ever!
Manic Gangle, huh?
It's what Zubul would have wanted. Remember, it's not a mourning of death. It's a celebration of life.
Sup?
Jax, why are you wearing that?
Wearing what? Oh, this! I figured what better way to honor Zubul's spirit than by wearing something all gender freaky, right?
You're just doing it to make fun of them.
Isn't that what you're doing?
I hate you.
What? Don't act like you don't like it, sweet cheek. Meet me in my room after the funeral. Don't be late.
Yeah. Shards of the psyche, huh? Insight into how he sees the others. Or how they feel to him, anyway. Right? That's how Jack's... Somewhere in his head, that's what his cruelty towards Gangle is, right? Oh, it's playful, it's fun! Gangle just needs someone to help her lighten up. Like, I can see that rationalization. In the same way that I can see... Like, his feeling on Pomni, right? Not being... Pomni isn't offering help selflessly, right? Pomni isn't offering help because she cares about him. Pomni is offering help because she has a little fixing compulsion. She has a little god complex about how she can fix everything and she can fix everyone and she can make everything better. And you need me. You need me, you need me, you need me, and that gives me power over you. Right? Like there's... It's easy to resent it if you feel like someone else is trying to do that, right? Someone else is trying to come in and fix you, make you better, tell you what your issues are, right? It's easy to feel resentful of that. It's not pretty, any of this, but the deep, dark parts of the psyche rarely are. It's not rational. It's not honest, necessarily, either.
You killed the only person I've ever loved! Now I'm going to kill you!
Sheesh, you just blame me for everything, don't you? I gotta do something about this! I think this calls for a change in scenery.
Hold up the sign. Hold up the sign, Zooble. Yeah! Saw it coming from a million miles away.
That's all, freaks.
Yeah. Again, fucking stellar animation work. The way the walls bulge out and we get this, like, deep... That's gorgeous. Fully on... I mean, it's referencing Looney Tunes most closely, but that's a Tex Avery wild take right there. Maybe a little bit Tom and Jerry. Cute effects. Very nicely done, also. You can see how, like, we get the sense that Zooble's legs are going a million miles an hour. In fact, it's a fairly Like, it's a rapid, but it's not that fast of a run cycle. The reason why you get that sense of rapidity is the speed lines, right? Like, they are the thing that's giving it that real sense of, like, like the sense of that sound effect. It's the speed lines that are doing it. Very well applied. And we're doing literal coyote time, right? Like, this is Roadrunner. We are literally in the canyon from Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, and we're doing literal coyote time, right? Which is gravity doesn't affect you until you realize, and there's plenty of time to do a gag first, and then, yeah, literal just fucking Roadrunner shit. And for this one, we're doing a bunch of doubling. Again, the individual components aren't really moving that fast. It's because they are doubling, and because there are speed lines that it works. And then a classic squash and stretch. The rest of the body is affected by gravity first. The head is the last thing to go, and then zoom. And we even get some... I mean, they could have done it with 3D software, I'm sure, but 2D animated little dust clouds. Very good. Yeah, different bits of the psyche.
How the hell did you get in here? We have a strict no girls allowed policy. Why are you wearing that? I wouldn't be caught dead wearing that. I'm wearing it ironically.
Sure you are. Yeah, yep.
That way it shows truly just how little I care.
Yeah, sure. Cool effect on the chairs. They do a little 2-frame wobble, like very slowly.
Why are you wearing that? I wouldn't be caught dead wearing that.
Again, remember what we know about Jax, right? The bigger the eyes, the more he's in his mask, right? The more he is in his coping mechanism, the more he is inauthentic, the more he's repressing. Eyes aren't very big over there. They sure are over here.
It ironically. That way it shows truly just how little I care. Don't forget about me. I can play the piano.
Speaking of which...
Piano. You know, if you have to say you can play the piano, it makes it seem like you can't actually play. Yeah, just shut up and play!
Is that what you really think of us back there?
Oh, that? Who knows? Everything's way more fun when you play it out in extremes.
That's not reality, though.
Oh boy,
why does that
reality's
matter?
gay. Yeah, I mean, killing off the comic relief character? What a freaking drag. This whole episode's been nothing but wah, wah, wah. Where's the levity? Shut up!
Where's the real Jax?
You're not gonna get anywhere asking questions like that.
We're really taking a trip to Wonderland here, huh? Fourth wall awareness, but Jax has always had that. Conflict between the other personality bits, except whatever's in there. Oh, we all want to repress that bit. All of these are there to repress that bit. That's the bit we don't want to think about. That's the bit we don't want to hear from. That's the bit we don't want to acknowledge. Everything's way more fun when you play it out in extremes. Yeah. Only extremes. Only the most violent and cruel, only the most silly and cartoony, only the most ironic and detached. Oh boy, reality, why does that matter? Reality's gay. Like, reality sucks. Who cares about what's real? They're doing a great job with cartoon Jax's animation, too. Like, this especially. This is such a 2D pose. And lots of his posing is so 2D. Like, it's so much something that feels like it was designed for 2D.
Where's the real Jax?
You're not gonna get anywhere asking questions like that. Now scram! You're messing up our game.
And it's like, the question of, like, the real Jax is there gonna be a the real Jax?
Do any of you have a key to this door?
Nope. And even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. You women need to learn to quit prying all the time. Wow. I hope that doesn't also happen to me.
Again, ironic distance, right? Retreating into misogyny. Again, really can't say enough good about the materials and lighting rendering. The way the door looks like a flat cartoon door, so beautifully. I think a lot of it also comes down, like, you can see they're doing heavy fucking grain on the scene here. It's a static texture. It's not like film grain. Film grain changes every frame because that's the grain of the actual film. That's the grain of the actual film that the thing is filmed on. It's like the silver something. Actual movie film, real film, is made with, like, they have silver halide, silver somethings, that the grains in them, and that's what film grain is. On digital, when you do a digital film grain effect, oftentimes you'll get these static textures, right? Like, that don't change or warp from frame to frame, but they still sort of give the same effect. And the film grain here is definitely doing a bunch of work, like, making the texture of all of this work. Ah. We're back here now.
Okay. Wait, what's...
Whoa, it's okay. I know it's a lot.
Get away from me! I look... stupid.
I remember that feeling. It goes away eventually.
Does it? Yeah. Running away. This is someone running away from something. And I guess hiding in the old CNA building, stumbling across the headset, putting it on just for a lark. I wonder how they did that texture. Hand animated or a series of like Blender shaders or something? Huh. Kaufmo's shorter than I thought.
Okay. Wait. What's...
Whoa, it's okay. I know it's a lot.
Get away from me!
The voice performance is a bit different here.
I look... stupid.
I remember that feeling. It goes away eventually.
And of course, it's the same mirror that Pomni used in episode 1 and 8. And he does pretty much the same thing, the way he touches his face. Un croque monsieur, delicious hot sandwich made with ham and aged Gruyere cheese, toasted to exquisite perfection. A croque madame, delicious hot sandwich made with ham, aged Gruyere cheese and fried egg, toasted to perfection. Un chambon beurre, timeless classic sandwich with thick cut slices of ham on a salted and buttered fresh baked baguette. Un chocolat éclair, a sumptuous pâté au choux with sweet whipped cream, filling topped with rich chocolate icing. Not exactly healthy food at the Café du Cirque.
Hot chocolate's pretty good. Kaufmo and I made it kind of a tradition to come up here and get it every week.
Can't even tell it's not real.
Oh, he laughed! Ah, yes, we did it!
Shut up! You caught me off guard.
A laugh's a laugh. I mean, gotta start somewhere.
I'm just mad it was you instead of me.
Well, yeah, you're not funny.
Damn it, Jax!
Hey, Rip.
Shut up! You caught me off guard.
A laugh's a laugh. I mean, gotta start somewhere.
I'm just mad it was you instead of me.
Well, yeah, you're not funny.
Damn it, Jax!
Hey, Ribbit. You...
Hello, sweet boy.
Hey, Ribbit. You want to be on my team again?
Sorry. I'm gonna be showing Jax around this time.
No worries. Y'all have fun.
Hey, Tom!
Sup, moron?
That's friendship. That's friendship right there.
Oh my god, same. I used to swear so much, but the censoring annoyed the shit out of me.
You gotta watch out for her. She's gonna corrupt you.
Okay.
She's such a...
Today's adventure was really fun.
I'm glad I could cheer you up.
Have you ever done something that you regret?
Right. We're here now, huh?
Yeah? Have you ever breathed air?
I mean, like, something you did out there that you can no longer make up for and you can't stop thinking about. I cut ties with my parents when I moved out. They were devout Mormons, and I wasn't. Despite that, I still wish I could see them again. But I'm stuck here.
Is this your way of trying to get me to open up?
It's my way of letting you know I trust you.
I told you I was homeless. What else do you need to know?
Do you trust me?
It's not really the question. Is Jax... Yeah. Again, this feels like that thing of... Well, I don't deserve your trust.
Yeah, but... It's just... It's kind of a lot.
You're kind of a lot. But I still like you. A lot is fine.
A lot is fine, huh? I had a weird relationship with my parents. They split when I was just starting high school. I was never close with my dad. He was there, but...
The point of view animation is quite impressive too. Point of view is a difficult kind of animation to get right because there's so much. Do you know you can see your nose at all times? You can see your nose right now. It's there. It's in your field of view. You can see it. But your brain has a little filter in it that chooses to just kind of ignore it. It's a piece of information that your brain deliberately ignores because it's not like your nose is there. It's not useful information to you, right? Like you don't need to be distracted by it, but your nose is in your field of view at all times and you can see it right now. And you'll know that if you close your eyes and just look down to the left, there it is. You can see it. It's right there. But your brain, for most of the time when you're looking, doesn't pay attention, right? And first-person perspective has all kinds of shit like that. For example, I have glasses on. I don't see my glasses. They go invisible, but they're in my field of view, right? Same thing with, like, our bodies. Like, there's a lot of things our brains do relative to the way we see our bodies when we interact things, because so much of how we move our bodies through the world is not just sight, it's proprioception, right? We have all these other senses that interact with our sight to give us a sense of our physicality and where we are. Like, this camera move, for example, right? That's not how you change your gaze, right? If you go from looking at someone to looking down, it's not this. It's not a smooth movement like this. What you're most likely to do is your eyes go down first and, like, lock on to the thing you're looking at, and then your head follows, right? Which is going to be a very... It's a very fast transition. Our eyes dart all over the place. They don't move smoothly most of the time. Moving your eye very smoothly is actually very difficult. But because this needs to be legible, right? Like, you can't animate it like that, because that's gonna look fucking visually confusing as hell. And this is something that an audience needs to be able to watch and see. So you make these compromises, right? Between treating the head, instead of trying to animate as eyes would actually see, you animate the head like a camera, right? And there's a bunch of challenges with that, especially when you're doing this, when you're looking down a body, and it needs to feel like what it feels like when you look down your own body, right? And again, your brain has all kinds of weird perceptual filters for how we perceive ourselves, how we see our own bodies. So there's depth of field being used, basically from, like, the waist up to blur most of Jax's torso and things like that. And there's some lengthening. God, I wonder how much cheating to camera has to happen here. Like, I wonder if you moved the camera to any other position in the room and looked at what Jax's model looks like here, I wonder what it would look like. I wonder, because you can't, surely, I would imagine you can't just place the camera inside the head of the normal Jax model and go with that. I would imagine you need some specific shit to happen. Or maybe they can. Like, they're fucking... Who knows? I have never done it. I haven't done that kind... I've never done 3D animation. Maybe you can. But I wonder. Anyway. The hands are doing a ton of Jax's storytelling here. And they're doing it really well. I was never close with my dad. Static. Huh.
He also kind of wasn't. He never seemed proud of me, and I always felt like a disappointment to him. Like I could never live up to his standards. when they split up, I just never saw him again. I thought I got along better with Mom, but after he was gone, she changed.
And now we exit Jax's perspective, yeah.
When I showed weakness, I was less of a man than him. When I lashed out, I was just as bad as him. It was confusing. It was like she missed him, but also hated him. And I became the target of all that. One stupid day, I was just kind of fed up with it. I told her something I regret telling her. Something deep and personal that I thought would get her off my back. But she laughed at me.
Did she now? Hey, did Jax ever have a nightmare where he was being laughed at when he exposed something deep and personal about himself? Did that ever happen? Did Caine perhaps trap him in a nightmare vision of that exact thing happening to him, and everyone in the world reacting the same way to seeing his inner self? Did that maybe happen? Gee, I wonder what that could possibly have been. Oh my god. Oh man, this is... Poor boy. Well, boy.
Then she went off on me, and it didn't stop. Personal, degrading insults that felt like it went on forever. And despite all that, the thing that bothered me most was, at the end of all of it, she hugged me.
Ah, well, that does explain why Jax reacted so poorly to getting hugged, doesn't it?
I didn't know what to do, so I panicked, and I pushed her off me with all the force I could. She fell backwards.
Oh no.
And she didn't get up.
Oh no.
I didn't know if she was just trying to make me feel bad, or... I never found out the answer. I just ran.
Oh no.
As far away from it as I could. Whatever I did to her, I'll never know. I guess there's a lot of things I regret about that day.
I'm sure she's fine. I mean, if the police never came after you, then she was probably fine.
I'm sorry. I definitely overshared.
Wait. I'm glad you trust me.
Shit. This is embarrassing.
No, it's not.
Your secret's safe with me.
Hey, is Jason there? I think I found you.
Yeah? I mean, now's not a good time. Or now's fine. What do you want?
If now's a bad time, I can come back later.
That would be cool. Good. All right. So, if you ever tell anyone about this, I'm never speaking to you again. Sound good?
Yeah, I won't.
Awesome. Bye.
So, she told her that she was trans. She told her mom that she was trans. And then her mom had a, you know, a reaction. The kind of reaction that some parents have to that kind of thing. And then she hugged her. And then Jax had a reaction to that, which is, you know, also an understandable reaction. So in her head, I told my mom that I'm trans, and it killed her. Right? That's the fear, right? It's, I opened up, I was vulnerable about my feelings, and then I got punished, and then, because I did that, I killed my mom. Yeah, no, Jesus Christ. If there ever was a justifiable reason to be a repressor... Ribbit gives the gift of, hey, like, of recognition, right? I see who you are and I accept you. And your secret is safe with me. And the way that she softens. All that tension, all that stiffness, all that... like a big breath of relief. And of course, the moment... even if it's Kaufmo, even if it's a friend, right? The moment there's something that disturbs it, it's not just take it off and put it away, it's throw it to the ground in a panic. Understandable panic. Completely understandable. Because what does Jax think is going to happen if anyone else finds out that she's her, right? What happened last time? Well, someone that she loved and trusted went off on her. Something fucking horrible happened. Of course, that's... of course it's panic. Of course it is.
Yeah? I mean, now's not a good time. Or now's fine. What do you want?
If now's a bad time, I can come back later.
That would be cool. Good. All right. So, if you ever tell anyone about this, I'm never speaking to you again. Sound good?
Yeah, I won't.
Awesome. Bye. Why am I such an idiot? Why am I such an idiot? Why am I such an idiot?
Hey, Jax. Look, about yesterday. I'm sorry if I pried too hard or made you feel uncomfortable or...
What are you talking about? Oh, you mean... you know none of that was real, right? What, that corny backstory out of a Hallmark movie? Nah. Really got you, though.
Oh, man. Oh, man! No, girl! No! Oh, my God. But that's the thing, right? Like, it's... How are you supposed to deal with it, right? Like, how are you supposed to contain it? How are you supposed to have that conversation? Where would she have learned how to have that conversation? Not from her fucking mom. Or her dad, clearly.
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
And then, the pattern... Oh, man. Oh, no. I think I see the shape of where this is going. Oh, no.
Hey, wanna team up?
Nah, I'm teaming up with Kaufmo. Maybe next time, though.
I actually heard they're supposed to look like that. Hey, you wanna team up?
Nah, I'm with Kaufmo.
Okay.
What's up with Ribbit lately?
I have no idea.
Oh, yes, you fucking do! Oh, my God. Yeah, no, it's... I don't blame her, but... Oh, my God. It's self-protection. Number one, right? And she's trying to protect Ribbit as well. Because, again... Like, I can only hurt people if I'm open, honest, and vulnerable about who I am, right? That can only hurt people. That can only do bad things. I can't ever open up about it. I don't deserve it because I killed my mom, right? I don't deserve it because I'm a failure. That makes me a failure as a man. I don't deserve it because... So the right thing to do is... Right. That, and then there's ego protection, self-protection. This is uncomfortable and painful and hard to deal with, and I don't know how to handle it. So I'm just gonna avoid it. I'm just gonna run away from it as hard as I possibly can, right? Repress it, repress it. I'm repressing everything. Put the mask on. Put the mask on harder. Shove it down until it goes away, but it doesn't go away.
What?
I'm gonna hang out in the cafe.
You can see Ribbit getting more and more tired.
Okay. Why are you telling me this?
I don't know. Hey, Jax, can we talk?
What is there for us to possibly talk about?
I don't know, just... Whatever I did, whatever's going on between us, can we just stop this? I miss talking to you.
We're here. We're talking. What else do you want from me?
I just want to be friends again.
What? So you can pry into my personal life and hold it over my head?
Again, I understand exactly why she thinks this way. I get it. I completely see where it's coming from, but... Ow! God damn! She's so scared. She's so scared. She's so terrified.
Is that really what you think? This can't
can't be what you want.
What? Because you know me so well. Because we're such super close best friends. So we know everything about each other.
We were great friends, and I'm
Oh
sorry
my
for
God.
crying, but I don't want this one stupid mistake to be
Here
the
we
thing
go.
that ends
Here
all
we
of this.
go. Why are you still fixated on that night? Nothing happened. You keep reading into things when there's nothing there. You're the one using me. You're manipulating me.
I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Hey, if Ribbit ever says anything about me, just know it's not true.
What?
Fucking hell. All that guilt, all that self-hate, and then projected outwards. Right. Again, this way in which Jax and Ragatha sort of have the same damage in opposite directions. Ragatha takes all that damage, all that abuse that she got from her parents, from her mother specifically, turns it inwards, right? Turns it inwards on herself. Jax takes it and turns it outwards to protect herself. Because that's the lesson she learned from what happened with her mom, right? It's she. I guess we don't know the pronouns specifically. Could be they. Could be, you know. Could be gender fluid. Could be he, they. He, she. Clearly gesturing towards femininity, right? Like that thing about being unable to be man enough for her mom. I'm gonna go with she, her for now, but yeah, I don't know if there's a confirmation of specific and a specific identity coming up. Because that's self-berating, right? Why am I so stupid? Why did I say anything? Why did I reach out? Why did I open up? You saw what happened last time, right? Like last time, with that mom that he has, her expectation is that her mom will just, like, if you say or anything personal, if you open up, if you're vulnerable, it'll be used against you. It'll be held over your head. It'll be used to manipulate you. That's what she's learned about what being vulnerable gets you, right? On top of that, if you are forced into the social role of man, then having, like, that's the thing she mentioned, right? Like, it's like if she ever showed emotions or feelings, she was not enough. She wasn't as much of a man as her father. You're not supposed to have feelings. You're not supposed to be vulnerable. You're not supposed to show emotions. That makes you weak. That makes you a failure. That makes you insufficient. That makes you, yeah.
Hey, Ragatha. What was that movie you were talking about earlier?
Huh? Wait, when was I... Oh, you mean yesterday? Hey, Jax, have you seen Ribbit at all today?
Yeah, just like, oh my god. Patterns repeating themselves. He's right there with Pomni. So close to asking, to opening up. He's right there with Ribbit. And then, oh boy.
Hey, look, we were friends, but I know you two were especially close. Just if you need anyone to talk to.
Do I look like I need someone to talk to?
I know it's hard. Just don't be afraid to reach out to me. I promise.
Huh?
Oh, that was the moment Gangle arrived? Oh, Jax didn't get a break, huh? No one got a break. Jesus.
What?
How about we call her Gangle? That sounds about as pathetic as she looks.
What?
Great choice, Gangle. I'll be sure to add that right into the system.
Oh my god. Yeah. So I've said it before that Jax... So much of his behavior when he is in the mask of Jax, right? The cartoon rabbit, him, Jax the rabbit. So much of it is about punishing femininity. All the traits, all the things that are associated with being, you know, having open emotions, which Gangle is nothing but feelings, right? Like, Gangle has the masks. Gangle shows her feelings all the time. Gangle doesn't have a choice except to show her feelings all the time, and Jax punishes it relentlessly. Because he's punishing herself, right? He's punishing in others what he hates in herself. And you can see that, like, Cosmo's like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the hell? And Ragatha's like, well, I'm sure he's just torn up about Ribbit, but like, you can see Cosmo's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Here's a place to vent all of my pain, all of the hurt I've gotten myself. Oh, here's a receptacle I can pour it all into. Retreat into misogyny. Yeah. I mean, that is, like, for cis men, that's also often how misogyny functions, right? Misogyny often is, I'm upset about something, I'm mad, I'm sad, I have an emotional need or whatever. Well, I'm gonna make it a woman's problem. I'm gonna make it a woman's problem, so I'm gonna punish her for it, or I'm gonna make her take responsibility for my feelings, because women are the emotion gender. And that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to do the emotion shits. That's their problem now. And I'm a man, so my emotions, the emotions that I have available to me as a man, are horny, angry, and that's it. Those are the feelings. It's horny and angry. These are the emotions that man has, and all the other ones, that's woman stuff, right? And misogyny very often is like it often takes the shape of that, of a man making his feelings a woman's problem. Right? Blaming her for them, making her responsible for fixing them, using her as a receptacle to take those feelings out on or vent, right? Not necessarily always like in terms of like getting angry and like physical abuse, but like it is a pretty common thing with divorced men that when they divorce their wives, they lose literally the only emotional outlet that they have because they make their wives their emotional caretakers. And without their wives, they have literally nowhere else in the world that they can, like, be honest or open about any feelings whatsoever, because other men will mock them for having feelings. And, like, therapy is for the pansies and homos and women, so we don't do that. And so you get, like, a lot of men post a divorce having some pretty serious emotional crises. Misogyny often works like that. So a woman shows up in the circus, someone who doesn't know Jax, right? Who doesn't have the history, who doesn't have any ammunition whatsoever. Okay, there's something we can pour our self-hate into. And it's not just men who do this, right? Like internalized misogyny is very much a thing. Women do it to each other too sometimes. Because misogyny is unfortunately not, like, it's not gender exclusive. Oh, it is region unlocked. Everyone has access to it. And just to head something off at the pass here, there's nothing about being trans that makes anyone misogynist. There's nothing about being a repressed trans person or an egg that makes anyone a misogynist. Transphobia makes people misogynists, right? Patriarchy makes people misogynists. Misogyny, being a structural component of society, makes people misogynist. It doesn't come from transness. It doesn't come from being an egg. It comes from all of the places that misogyny always comes from, right? Like the same sources as it comes from for everyone else. But there's that thing of, like, there's nothing about being a trans femme person that means that you, like, inherently have any kind of misogynist attitude or whatever. That's not what it is. It's structural. It's not personal. It's structural.
Out of the way, Rags.
Jax, look. I know we don't get along, but I think I might have found a way out of here.
Have fun being crazy.
And I should just play along.
Yeah, again, you can see that that's not... This is abnormal behavior for Jax, right? Like from Ragatha's perspective, this is not what Jax used to be like. And he's blowing up all of his relationships, right? Out of terror. She's so scared of being found out, right? If I am vulnerable, and that's the Caine nightmare. If I ever make myself vulnerable, if I ever show myself, if I ever let anyone see who I am, if I peel off the mask, the skin, they'll laugh at me. They'll mock me, and they'll hurt me, and they'll laugh at me. That's what's going to happen. That's what I deserve, right? And so, to protect herself from that, she's blowing up all of her relationships. And it's a self-fulfilling thing, right? It's self-destruction. I'm gonna spare them the trouble of finding out that I am a laughable, ugly, useless, worthless piece of garbage. I'm gonna spare them the trouble. I'm gonna save them from having to deal with that. I'm just gonna, you know... If I just push them away, right? Like if I just, like, they might as well find that out now. I might as well just show it. I'm a piece of shit inside. I suck. I'm a piece of shit. I'm worthless. I'm garbage. I might as well act that way so everyone could see it, and that way they're not going to get their hopes up and get disappointed. Or when they see me, they're not gonna, like, they're never gonna get close enough that this can happen, right? It's that... We tend to live down to our own expectations. As human beings, we tend to do that.
Jax, look. I know we don't get along, but I think I might have found a way out of here.
Have fun being crazy.
And Jax is repeating a pattern, right? Exactly what he did to Ribbit, he's doing to Kaufmo.
And I should just play along until I wake up, right?
Whatever you say, kid. Never know until it's too late. You're not looking too good. You gonna cry? Looking like this? I'd move on. And probably forget about you.
Hey.
Yeah, you'd move on, sure. Jax is the moving on from thingser. Jax is the most moving, honest person in the whole universe. Just moves on from stuff. Oh, nothing lingers with Jax. Jax doesn't carry memories or traumas. No, Jax moves on from things. Jax sails right through, slippery as an eel across the ocean of life. Just, whoop, glide straight off of it. Nothing sticks to Jax. Jax doesn't carry anything.
I didn't know you could play the piano.
I only know like 2 songs.
You can still play.
Why are you here? You know everything now. So why are you here? Just to rub every mistake I've ever made in my face? I'm a terrible person. Is that what you want me to say?
Fucking hell.
I already know I am. So why does anybody still care about me? You're not supposed to care. You're not supposed to miss me. You're not supposed to love me. This isn't how this is supposed to go.
Yeah, it's that, as we talked about, she connects everything with that moment with her mother, right? It's the same moment. This is what I do. This is what happens to the things I touch, right?
You're not supposed to miss me. You're not supposed to love me. This isn't how this is supposed to go. Please. Leave me alone. You're making this so much harder. You're making this so much harder.
You should have just talked to me, man.
It's too late. I did this to myself. There's no coming back from this.
Then talk to me now.
hate you. You know that? You always have to go and complicate things.
It's what I do.
I don't want to go.
Stay with me.
Well, there goes the monetization. That one minute, oh, I never thought the love we'd be making one lovely as she. Isn't she lovely? Made from love.
You weren't gonna try to take care of him all by yourself, were you?
I'm glad we weren't too late.
Like you guys keep saying, we're all in this together.
You guys.
Made from love. There's a lot of color back in the circus all of a sudden, isn't there? Stepping on a pair of flashbangs, of all things. Light, of course, being a problem here. We're repeating the imagery from episode 2 with Kaufmo's funeral. Jax instead of Pomni this time, yeah. Makes sense. We're bringing the circles back around. She's been trying so fucking hard to make things go the way they're supposed to go, right? You're not supposed to love me. You're not supposed to care about me. That's not supposed to happen to me. I'm supposed to just go away and die, basically, right? I'm supposed to crawl into a hole and vanish. I'm supposed to stop existing. I'm supposed to stop being a problem for other people. My job is to make people stop caring about me, so it doesn't matter when I go.
I don't want to go.
What I do.
I don't want to go.
And there's the first honest thing, right? Because for all that Jax hates herself, really, really deeply hates herself, and is punishing herself, and is destroying herself. Underneath all of that, this is still true. As we've talked about, Jax wants connection so fucking bad. She needs it. She knows she needs it. She resents that she needs it because she's not supposed to have it. Right? That's not supposed to belong to her. People aren't supposed to care about her. She's been trying so hard to make people see that they shouldn't care about her. It's been going pretty well. Managed to alienate Ribbit pretty badly. Managed to alienate Kaufmo and Ragatha. Managed to make a lifelong enemy out of Gangle and Zubul. It was going so well. Until the rest of those idiots had to go and realize, oh wait, all we have is each other. Oh wait, all we have is the capacity to love. All we have is the capacity to care about each other. And just in case, you know, just so we're not being too subtle, isn't she lovely? Made from love. She is made from love. Really can't give enough props to the lighting engineers on this. Yeah. And I do like that it's not up to just Pomni to save her, right? It's not like... It's not just Pomni, it's everyone. It takes a village in a very literal sense. And again, the visual language of the episode is doing this for her, right? Extending this love to Jax. Doesn't matter if she deserves it. Doesn't matter if she's done terrible shit. Doesn't matter. That's not what it's about. Right? Doing this is also the thing that brings life back to the circus, right? That brings color back to the world. If you ever get the chance, be kind to a trans person. You'll have the chance every single day. Yes, Hermes, I know. Yes, Gangle, we'll get to your emotions in just a second. I think she's drawing a manga-inspired webcomic about the amazing digital circus. Or possibly it's the high school AU. I think maybe this is the high school AU that Gangle proposed for the untitled episode.
Having a lot of complex thoughts. We're still human.
It would be a lot of complex thoughts. Like, Jax has been genuinely horrid to Gangle, and to Ragatha, and to Zubul.
I hope it's enough to keep him contained.
He should be calm in there. Darkness is soothing to them.
He better be. You know how many arms I had to go through to get him in there.
How are you holding up?
Doesn't that hurt?
I've been through worse.
Thank you for doing this. All of you.
Hey, someone had to do something.
Oh, hey, buddy!
Was I truly that bad?
Is this really what I deserve?
They tried to delete me. They're in the wrong, right? Did I ruin this?
Not yet.
Again.
Taking a long ride down the PlayStation 2 loading screen. It's amazing that they had PS2 technology in the 90s. Scratch must have been a real genius. Neural scans obsolete. Regular solids, yeah. Becoming. I see. Blue Street Cafe free Wi-Fi. What a thing to call it. Oh no, don't give Caine access to the internet. It's because there's a cafe across the street with free Wi-Fi. Oh no! Well, Caine gets to get out, huh? Abigail Brooks, Susie J. Ackerman, Zoe Ragavan, Leroy Mateo, Grant Best, Riley something. Jack. Those names seem familiar somehow. Huh, internet ran out. That's her horse, I guess. Only 133 tweets? Ah, Gangle, you could do better. Guess we know who Riley is. Oh, no. You don't get to skip past that. 6.3 thousand subscribers. That's pretty respectable, honestly. 53,000 views. Hey, hang on. People did watch your videos. Pom Pom.
I was irresponsible. I turned them against me. And for what? I can create intelligent beings that do whatever I want, but I can't create them. After all, is their free will not what made them alluring in the first place?
But they hate me. They abandoned me.
They're from a world so much bigger than mine. I'm keeping them locked in a cage.
They had their fun out there. It's my turn now.
If I leave them unchecked, they could kill me. They already did. I'm sorry I did this to you, buddy. All this power we had together. But we just can't exist like this. I'll miss you. I really will.
Hi, Caine.
I don't know if I'm ready to face them again. I don't know if I deserve to be forgiven.
It may take time, but all good things do. I still love you.
You know, I never programmed you to say you loved me.
I know.
I understand that you're afraid. And you have no reason to trust me after all I've done. But I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I want to give you control of this place. I've learned a lot about you and your world. I understand now that keeping you under my thumb just isn't right. I don't expect forgiveness, but I hope you'll at least accept my offer.
Caine, you really caused a lot of hell for us. It's gonna take some time to build up any kind of trust between us again. But, despite all that, it's good to have you back.
Did you need any help with?
No, not yet, anyway. We've worked something out.
Understandable. Oh, I've made something for you. Feel free to join me by the stage whenever you're ready.
Good boy.
No more secrets. No more mind games.
Pomni, Abigail Brooks. She's still an accountant, but she seems to have opened up more, and is hanging out with new friends more often. She even has some of them in her videos with her, which she still posts on occasion. Ragatha, Susie J. Ackerman. She appears to have left her hometown, cut all communication with her mother, and has excelled in her career. She's made many friends, and it looks like she has a strong, genuine connection with them. She seems happy, like she understands who she is, and that she matters to people. Gangle, Zoe Raghavan. Despite her injuries, she's made a good recovery in the hospital. She quit her fast food job and has gotten a new job at a small design firm. She even began posting pages of her webcomic online.
Glitch, glitch, glitch. I need you to. I need glitch. I need you to. I need you, glitch. Glitch. This is necessary. This is necessary. You need to. That needs. You understand, right, glitch? You need to. You have that need. That needs to. You hire someone. I don't care. Take one of your storyboard artists. And that needs to. That needs to glitch. Glitch, you need to understand this. You must know.
Fine.
Fucking hire me. I'll draw it. I'll figure it out.
Zubal, Riley Vercellis. After hopping around with different jobs, they look like they've settled a bit and opened their own bar. It seems to be a successful one.
Small thing I appreciate. As the text scrolls, because the projection screen is uneven, the scrolling and like the morphing is uneven as well. The projection is uneven. It's a small thing, but I like that they paid attention to that.
It seems to be a successful one. People all over the city come to it as a hip alternative destination where they can feel like themselves, free of judgment. Kinger, Grant Best. He's still working in tech, and is still happily married to his wife, Destiny. They appear to have 2 daughters together. He looks like he's a good dad.
Yeah, hell yeah, he is.
Jax, Leroy Mateo. After being unhoused for a few months, he was able to room with one of his close friends. He seems to have gotten a stable job and is able to pay rent.
Okay, so still going by he, him. Or he, they,
He and his
possibly.
friends go out every now and again. Weirdly enough, a spot they seem to frequent is Riley's bar.
So some flavor of gender fluidity, probably.
Is any of this actually real?
You definitely have it in you. Not sure about mine, though.
Well, Maybe you've got more confidence than you thought.
I don't quite have the same power that I used to, but I can still make this place better for you. I'm keeping the worlds open, so you can do what you want when you feel like it. We're gonna be able to build this place into something better. For all of you. What do you say, Abigail?
With all that being said and done, Abby is out there, living her best life. And here, I'm just Pomni.
Ooh, I like that. We'll go over everything, believe you me. Oh, a little meta-awareness there, Pomni, huh? Oh, hello. Hermes, don't do... No. No, no, no. 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 He really wants his dinner. And when he really wants his dinner, he starts chewing on cables. Don't do that, little man. I'm just gonna be reading all the names, 'cause I feel like they've earned it. Hi, baby boy. What? What? Oh. Oh my god. Little man. He hungry. Oh, he hungry. He's so very hungry. Caine up in Gangle's arms. God, Gooseworks has just been all the fuck over this whole goddamn show. It really is an auteur-driven thing. I wish, in the aftermath of this, I wish Gooseworks a very long holiday. A very long everyone leaves her alone for a while. A very long she gets to do whatever the fuck she wants without people bothering her. Oh, we gotta IMDb some people. Hang on. I don't know that they'll have a lot of IMDb credits, but... let's see. Nope. Mackenzie Michelson, pretty much just Digital Circus. Same with Kaylin. Same with Mantra. Yeah, it looks like they were not using actors there. Or at least not dramatic TV actors. Oh, hello. Bethany J. Sansom does have another credit in as a mourner, as like an extra in a short called 10 Second Salvation from this year. Goes to show, it's always worth checking. But they seem to be the only one with another credit. The D&D party. Oh, Pomni over there looking like Lulu from League of Legends. Good lord. Oh, hey, Morgana. She seems to be doing well at Glitch. Oh! Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, they figured it out. No doubt, all the helpful creative fan art on the internet helped them with some ideas. This show was made completely by humans. Is that a city bus? That looks more like a tour bus. Well, canon human designs. Is that anything? Probably not. I'm here looking like fucking Caine is gonna show up somewhere in the background. They're gonna do a little thing. Not that I can spot with my naked eye. Well, that was pretty good. I don't think there's anything more to talk about, so I'm just gonna cut the stream here. No, we have a few things to go over. Yes, Hermes, I know. Honestly, little man. Seriously, the fucking lighting engineers. I hope they got a raise for this work. I hope, like, I really genuinely do hope that the animators and workers at Glitch are being treated very well for their accomplishments, given everything they've been able to achieve here. By the way, I can see you again now, chat, because you can't spoil it anymore for me. Wait, go to Goose's Blue Sky. Give me a sec. They made Gooseworks. Ha! Very funny. I'm so glad I didn't make that moment in Ribbit's room weird and push them to suicide. I'm also glad Pomni fits so well in the friend group. She and Ribbit feel like they were destined to fuck each other's brains. I am glad she's shitposting. It's a sign of health. Or deep mental distress, one of the two, but I'm choosing to see it as a sign of health. That ending scene gave me Waiting for Godot vibes. Fair enough. I'll go over... I can see there's been some super chats coming in while... I'll go over those at the end of all of this. For now... Yes, Hermes, I know I'm being very unfair. I'm a terrible father. I'm awful, I know. Want out? No, you want me out. Yes, fair enough. Fair enough. You can do all the meow that you want. It's okay. I quite like that Jax doesn't come back from it. At least not yet. Like, I like that it's not as simple as just one big hug and then everything's solved. It's to begin to try and heal that is a long process, right? It's a process. It's not something you just snap your fingers and then all that goes away. It's what you do is you build a safe space. And this is like with people who have attempted like suicide or just people who've been through severe trauma. It's like it is this. Build them a giant pillow fort, but it is like you have to create a space where they can be safe and where they can be taken care of. Right? It's not... You don't get over that kind of trauma just snap of the fingers, right? You don't get over that shit just like that. It's a process. And again, it's that thing, it takes a village, right? Some really lovely animation on Gangle here. I love it when you cry, girl. I shouldn't say that in a place where people can clip me. But it is with Gangle, it's that thing. Like, Gangle has the sad mask, the tragedy mask, right? Which is always crying. Which is always sad, right? And there's a difference between that and this. Right? There's a difference between the mask that always has the tears on it and this. And it is for Gangle especially like a real complex thing. Because again, Gangle only ever knew Jax as an abusive asshole, right? Yeah, Hermes, I know. Sweet boy. I know, I'm an abusive monster too. Oh, it's terrible. It's awful. I know, but you can't chew on that. Can't chew on that. Oh, oh, nope, nope, let go. Oh, you little... Oh. Oh. Oh, purr, purr, purr. Oh, we purr, purr, purr. I know. Oh, here comes Apollo. Okay. I put Hermes outside my office. Now here's Apollo. They're hungry. They are hungry. It's past their dinner time. I really thought my flatmate would have fed them, but I guess they might have fallen asleep. Just gonna message them to ask. Anyway, Gangle crying. Let's get back to enjoying Gangle's crying. Complicated feelings for Gangle, right? Gangle has only ever known Jax as an abusive asshole, right? As a cruel bastard. Someone who's a source of pain and hurt. Yes, I know, Apollo. Oh, you're not going to leave me any more alone than Hermes is, are you? Are you? Yeah, I know. I know. Oh my god. And so, I can see why it's like a complex thing to sort of break down sobbing in sympathy and care. Like, it must be a lot of rather difficult emotions to deal with. Functionally, Gangle is crying for her abuser, right? Like, and that's tough to process. And I like that they don't paper that over either. Hi, baby boy. Yes, I know. Oh, hi. Yes, I know. I know. Okay, yeah, okay. Alright, that's yes. Ugh. You are so hairy. I brush you every day. Oh my god. Ugh. Here's a little camera thing, right? In this scene, there's only two people here, Zubul and Gangle. So, who should Zubul face? Well, Gangle. Except Zubul isn't facing Gangle. Zubul is facing us, more or less. Like, their head is pointed towards us so that we can see their expressions. And Gangle, because Gangle has this mask face with the expressions more clearly, it's a little thing with the camera where they often have to do this with Zubul, where they have to be turned towards the camera in a certain way to make their expressions readable. Yeah, hi, I know. So Apollo, when he wants something, he gets very, very cuddly. He gets very cuddly. Oh my god. And he tries to stick his tail in my face. Ugh. So Zubul has to be pointed in a way that's, like, readable to the audience, right? Like, they have to be staged in that way. It's a little thing, but it's something it's something that's fun to notice every time Zubul is on screen. Like, is how are they posed relative to the camera? Yes, I. Would you stop? Would you stop? I'm throwing you out of my office now. I love you so much, you horrible little monster. I would die for that cat. Genuinely some gorgeous animation, because, like, Gangle doesn't have cheeks, right? Gangle doesn't have a lower eyelid. But when Zubul's claw comes up and wipes the tear away, we're still animating the face as though there is one, because that makes it read. Genuinely gorgeous the way they're animating the texture on Gangle. Glitch, you have to publish the comic. You have to do it. You have to get someone to draw it. You have to publish the comic. You have to do it! It's a little thing, but, like, Zubul's relationship with their body as well. We'll see this in the epilogue bit where they're mixing drinks for Caine. Zubul's relationship to their body is one of the little things, again, I don't know how much, like, how much of that is the animators and how much of that is Gooseworks' directing on the character and writing on the character, but you can see voiced fricatives. You can see Zubul get more and more comfortable in their skin as the show goes on, and more, like, sort of creative and more at peace with their body. Not just in the dialogue scenes where they express that, but, like, I do like that part of the resolution here is, oh yeah, I can use all of these parts to make a little lasso and then get Jax into a nice little, like, this sort of utilitarian, yeah, we can swap some parts out, it's fine, right? Like, it's not about finding a part that fits perfectly, it's about finding the part that works right now kind of deal. I like that. The gals are pals, Your Honor. The gals are pals. If touching you would cause me unbearable pain, I would do it anyway, but you are not smart enough to understand that. It's... And, like, we've seen Ragatha go through worse, right? Like, Ragatha has very much been through worse. Not just at the hands of Jax, but also Ragatha was, you know, had that exact thing happen to her with Kaufmo. Interesting way to do, because we're getting into Caine's flashback here. It's interesting to lead into that with the reveal and then flashback and just let the audience figure out, right? Let the audience figure out that we're getting a flashback just by the cross-cut. Hey, Bubble. A quiet Bubble. And we come back to this theme again, right? This theme of deserving. Caine doesn't, like... It's not, like, Caine doesn't necessarily deserve to be forgiven in that sense, right? Like, in the sense of, you were an omnipotent god and you used your power to abuse them. That's about as bad as it gets, right? That's about as cruel as it gets. Spending, like, days, weeks, just torturing them for your own amusement, about as bad as it gets. But again, it's not about deserves, it's about, like, what's the shape of justice here? Kill him and let him be dead forever? Sure. But is that better than, what if he learns something and stops being bad? There's a theme in here about carceral versus restorative justice. Punitive versus restorative justice. Because they were justified in deleting him, right? Like, in the sense of they were defending themselves. They were defending themselves. They had every right to defend themselves with whatever force is necessary to make him stop, right? That ended up being a deletion. They didn't intend it, but that was like, yeah, it... That's what's gonna happen if you use godlike power to abuse people, is at some point someone's gonna fight back, and you can't be upset if they don't, like, if they don't fight gentle. And that's not necessarily the best outcome, right? Like, that's sucks that it ended like that. That it came to a point where that was the only way it was gonna stop, right? That sucks that it came to that point. That's not a good thing. So the idea that Caine gets a chance to be better than he was, I think that's a better form of justice. Like, if you want to talk about redemption arcs, right? If you want to talk about what it takes for a character to redeem themselves, my position is always that redemption is not a state that you reach, it's a process that you undergo. It's not, there isn't, like, I did a bad thing, therefore I must do X number of good thing, and then the scales will even out, and then I have paid the karmic debt, right? I have bought the indulgence. That's not, to me, that's not really how justice works. To me, like, especially in redemption is much more about you show up tomorrow and then you do better. And you don't get cookies, right? Like, you don't get praise, you don't get forgiveness from the people you've hurt. That's not something, like, you can't really expect that. But you show up tomorrow and then you do better, right? And it's not about being forgiven. It's not about erasing the bad things that you did, because you can't. It's about, are you willing to make the world better tomorrow than you did it yesterday? And so long as a person is willing to do that, as in to do the work showing up in a material way, then the community, not necessarily individuals, but on a community level, we have to be able to make space for that. Because the thing is, if your response to injustice is to simply eliminate them, the perpetrators, whether that's throwing them in jail or killing them, whatever it is, if your response to injustice is that, then all of the statistical realities that push people towards committing unjust action are going to accumulate to a lot of damage, right? Because who's most likely to commit crime? Well, it's the biggest socioeconomic predictor of crime is poverty. Who's most likely to end up in drug addiction? Well, poverty is a thing. Who's most likely to end up, like, statistically speaking, there's a heavy correlation between people, when you examine people who commit horrible abuse as adults, there's a greater than average chance that they were people who were abused as children, right? And so if your response to injustice is just kill them, ultimately you end up, to a much higher proportion, punishing people who themselves were harmed or disadvantaged by systemic structural forces. Right? That's not necessarily something that applies to Caine specifically, but as we've talked about, his characterization is this: he was made by people who didn't understand what they were doing, who, like, sort of half finished him and then threw him in a box and locked him away. And all they gave him to work with was birthday parties and candy and amusement parks, and, you know, they gave him nothing to work with. And then when he couldn't perform, they locked him in a box and threw him away because they didn't understand what they were doing. And his response to that was to go, no, don't throw me away. I can prove that I'm useful. I can prove that I can do it. I can live up to the purpose. I can just please, right? And in pursuing that goal, he did some real bad shit. But the place it came from originally was a source of damage, right? Same thing with Jax. Jax did a bunch of fucking awful shit to the other people in the circus. Like I said, he was Gangle's abuser for a good long while there, to the point of keeping Gangle permanently terrorized. Right? And there is no justification for that. It doesn't matter what Jax went through. That's not okay. There's no, oh, well, poor baby. He was because of sad, and because of, oh, she had some gender shit going on. Therefore, oh, that's fine. Right? It doesn't become fine. The damage doesn't go away because there was a reason for it. So the question is, what do you do about it? You can't make the damage go away. But justice isn't to punish people who were passing on pain that was passed on to them, right? That doesn't feel like justice to me. So there's this tension between, like, what does justice look like? Which is where we get Caine's the beginning of a redemption arc for him, right? What Caine has to do for that is he has to give up his power, right? He has to give up having power over everything. He has to surrender the circus to them, right? He can't be trusted with power. This is what we've proven. So he has to give up his godlike position. He has to give up his power over the circus. He has to give up his ability to harm them the way that he did. And then he has to be subject to, like, whatever they say the rehabilitative process is. Like, whatever he needs to do to regain trust is what he has to go through. And you can see him falling back into that way of thinking, right? That self-protection. A fetal regression, basically. They're in the wrong, right? That ego protection. Well, they have to be in the wrong, because if they're not in the wrong, then I was in the wrong. And if I was in the wrong, then maybe they were right to throw me in that box. Right? Maybe they were right to throw me away. And that's the process Caine goes through here, right? It's... as the animation progresses, in order to reach the mind files, in order to... like, he comes to the point where he gets access to the internet, and he gets to go and see who these people are, and he gets to know their world, right? He gets to listen to them, essentially, in a way that he's never done before. But in order to get there, in order to reach this, in order to reach that understanding, he has to, Detroit, become human. And one of the things he has to do that, interestingly, he starts by making this irrational shape. Which I don't know if that's the blue... but he has to go through this creative process, right? As we remember from his creation sequence, he got put away because he output all these erratic, wild, unstable shapes. And he's doing that again here, and it's not working. But once he outputs a stable shape, a regular solid, and once he starts applying creativity to it, that's when he makes progress. And then he reaches a barrier, right? Oh, there's a wall in the way. Instinct number 1, destroy it! Doesn't work. So, he has to do the human thing. He has to work through the problem. He has to reach out and touch and understand. Which is the thing that Caine has been so incapable of doing the entire show, right? He's been incapable of reaching out and understanding. And certainly incapable of listening. Incapable of seeing the people under his care as people. Because he doesn't know what a person is, right? Like, he was always shut away from that understanding. And so Caine's process here is one of learning to see them as people, which begins by learning their names. Now, I am a little bit curious about Scratch, because he seems to have remade him and plopped him. I don't know if he made a new digital circus for Scratch. Like, I don't know if that's what he did. And Scratch is just there alone now forever. I don't know what happened with Scratch. Like, I will say, that's a bit of a loose end. Yeah, like, chat is saying a flashback. It kind of has to be, right? Because otherwise, that doesn't quite make sense. But the whole process here is Caine, number one, he gets access to what he's never had before, which is an understanding of the world, right? He never knew what was out there in the macroverse. He didn't know what the world was or what it contained, and so he couldn't understand why anyone would want to leave him to go there. Because he never got that. Like, that wasn't part of his training data. All of this, right? All of this expansive everything. And in order to begin to understand the people in the circus as people he has to learn this, right? He has to know what the world is that he was locking them away from. What he became the jailer for. And we get this little Smeagol sequence.
No, Phil should happen, sis.
All this resentment and pain and anger. And it really is a Smeagol sequence.
No, Master's kind. Arr.
And it also starts with Caine letting go of the other AI. Which I'm curious that we never get to meet. My assumption is that Bubble is an expression of it, right? His instability is very much an expression of it. Smeagol giving up the ring. I was half expecting during this entire scene, by the way, for, like, this thing to fly away, right, and wave goodbye, and then, like, a little bit of emptiness for a minute, and then comes back like a truck. But yeah, it is that, like, in order for Caine to become a person, in order for him to become capable of becoming better, he has to give up power, right? And he has to give up control over other people and other things. And that begins with, like, the first crime he committed. The first sin. Which, again, Caine and Abel, right? Like, Caine is the first murderer. And he has to surrender that, right? And let the other thing go free. to do whatever it wants. And Caine gets nothing in return, right? He gets nothing. Like, he doesn't get a reward. He doesn't get thank you or forgiveness or anything. It just leaves. Right? And there's no... I do like that there's no resolution to that. I was expecting resolution. I was expecting it to materialize into a person as well, or some kind of dialogue scene, or some kind of interplay or connection, or Caine to get some kind of resolution, and there isn't any. He just has to give it up, and that's it. It's gone now. And none of the rest of it is any of his business anymore, because he has given up control. That's where it starts, right? Like, God has to climb down from the mountain. Oh, and they are playing it very soft with Caine's animation here too, right? Throughout all of his scenes here, there is none of his cartoonishness, right? There's none of his wild overacting. There's none of it. It's all... I mean, there's a little bit with the Smeagol sequence. But his animation is kept very, very down to earth. Very, not realistic, but naturalistic. Pensive, searching, beholden to the physical world. They make a point of making Caine... like, he loses his power of flight as he gets out here, right? He literally has to be grounded. And be subject to limitations and to physical forces. He can't just snap his fingers and make it happen. He has to do the work. Which, again, I think that's part of what makes him human, ultimately, is that he has to do the work. He has to be subject to limitations. That's the thing that, like, turns him from a god to a person, ultimately. I think it is meaningful that Goose is the voice of the moon, too. This is literally her saying to her own OC, yeah, I made you a terrible, horrible little bastard piece of shit, but I still love you.
I still love you.
You know, I never programmed you to say you loved me.
I know.
And again, that's what gives Caine courage. Like, again, this expression of love, freely given, is part of what gives Caine the courage to try. I do like the emotional process for all of them as well. It's like, wait, hang on. What? Huh? Confusion? And then, holy shit, you can see it in Suple's eyes. Oh, fuck, he's not dead! I've talked a lot about Caine's lip sync or lack thereof, right? Like the difficulty that they have to use his teeth as his eyebrows, essentially, right? And especially here when he's contrite and sad and feeling guilty and ashamed, he has to keep this shape, right? In order to maintain the expression, which means that a lot of the lip sync here has to be done by...
Stand. That you're afraid. And you have no reason to trust me after...
I also noticed that Caine has no tongue anymore. So they're keeping that consistent as well.
But I've been doing a lot of thinking, and
like, it definitely... Because his expression has to be kept like that, and because he doesn't have a tongue to work with, his... Oh, he still has one. Oh, okay. Where? Wait, is that... Oh, yeah. Okay, there it is. So he does have the tongue still. Huh. Curious. Interesting. I thought it had... They had kind of established that Bubble was the tongue, but oh well. That would have been a fun thing to keep consistent.
Need any help with?
Because it's curious then that he has it there. Because here he's saying help, which is where you would traditionally...
Any help with?
That's a very like tongue dependent phoneme to say help. I wonder if that's just an animation mistake. I wonder if they did that on accident. That would be curious. And it's this thing like boundaries, right? Caine has never respected boundaries because he has never had to, and he's never wanted to, right? He's never wanted to respect boundaries because boundaries are stupid. They prevent me from doing the thing I'm supposed to do, which is make adventures. And then here it's, oh, do you need any help with? No, not yet anyway. We worked something out. Understandable. He gets told no, and then he accepts it. And then he says, I've made something for you. Feel free to join me when you're ready. Right? Like, he's making a point of... respecting a boundary. Which, again, is like he has become more of a person. That's part of what, for Caine, what doing the work means, right? Like, doing the work means... It's very well done, by the way. Like, the the team that must have been responsible for making all of these posts and stuff, it's really well done. That's the only time he has the tongue, right? Like, he doesn't have it for any of his other phonemes. Was that an animation mistake? I wonder. I can't help but wonder if that was an animation mistake. If he wasn't supposed to have it, and they forgot for one shot. It's the kind of thing that can happen. Let the tongue be. I will never stop thinking about Caine's tongue. Don't clip that. Again, the body language here is good. Caine is on the ground, right? He's not hovering. He's not above. He's on the ground. He's taking direction. He's being attentive. He's listening. And you can see it in his body language that he's listening, which is the one thing he was never able to do before now. What did Zubul suggest that freaked him out so much? Oh, Zubul is like, so for my room, I want like these strap-ons. I want these. I want this swing. I want the bed to be shaped like this. I want mounting points on the headboards. Just, Jax gets to rest. She's not known a moment of peace the whole time in the circus, right? Like, I don't think Jax has really had a rest ever since she blew up her relationship with Ribbit that one night. I don't think Jax has really had a rest ever since then. So I like that she gets to be so visibly relaxed. And just... Especially given, like, the normal shape of the abstractions is this oscillating, sharp, like crackling tension bubble. Like, this thing that just, like, right? And here, it's just, right? Completely at peace. Again, Zubul's relationship with their body. Right? Being creative and being practical and just like, I have all these body parts, might as well fucking use them, right? Might as well make whatever body I need right now for whatever I want to have happen. Rather than trying to find the perfect pieces just... I do like that Gangle is the DM. Again, Caine giving up control. Old Caine would never in 100 million years have accepted not being the DM. But Gangle gets to be creative, right? Caine would probably also never have accepted rolling poorly on an important role. And he gets a little bit of his cartoonishness back here, right? Just a little bit. Ha 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 ha. Boom. Something blew up. Glitch, you have to. You have to, Glitch. I hope you understand this. I will hound you about this. I will buy a ticket to Australia. Do not test me, Glitch. You have to. And again, Caine is listening, right? And it is genuinely, like, that's the thing, is, like, Caine and Gangle have that creativity in common, right? They have that creative urge, that love of telling stories, of building worlds. And that's... And it's nice that now that the barrier of power has been removed, right? Now that Caine has learned to be a person with her, that they can share that. And Caine is clearly fucking entranced, right? He's interested, he's curious. And he's still drawing cool bees. Good work with the animation as well. You can see here, like, with Caine leaning forward and, like, really paying attention. They do the cartoon thing. Like, fully, they lengthen the eyeballs out, really emphasizing the eye nipples. The corneas, I know. The eye nipples. And they push forward with the teeth, right? Like, they create this forward, ooh, right? He's pog-facing, quite literally. Sunray something. Is that a reference to League of Their Own? I have not seen that movie in so many years. A little more cartoonishness, both in the run cycle, and then... back to Looney Tunes shit. Hungry Jacks. Kaufmo-Tire. I wonder if those are the same ads that were there in the actual episode. Probably, right? And I guess Ragatha was on a team with the Gloinks. It's nice to see her be confident. Hey, Queenie. Probably. That's insect collection. Because of course. And again, shape language difference, right? Normally, the abstractions are, as we talked about, like these very rigid, geometric, sharp. But here they get a space where they can just be goop, right? Fluid. Be soft. A world without friction for them, I guess. I don't know, man. I think spending a few, just a week as like a formless black goop that just seeps through a gravity-free space, I think it would fix something. It would fix something, I feel. I feel like something would be just healed by that. Like, that does look nice, doesn't it? Just like, just let me circle and make rainbow lights for like a week. Just like a week where I don't have to do anything else. I think that would solve a lot of my problems. So again, Zubul, the relationship with their body, right? A point that's being made by the animation here is coordination, right? That they have fully figured out how to coordinate, how to move their limbs smoothly, how to make it all work together, make it elegant, make it cool, right? This is a person in harmony with their body. Some people watch this episode and still don't believe Jax is trans. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That'll happen. I remember Bridget Guilty Gear when they confirmed that. There is no amount of... Jax could have looked straight into the camera and said, I am trans femme specifically, and people would still be like, nah, he's just confused. Like, people would still be like that. People are just like that. It's like the ingrained, inherent sort of denial of the existence of trans people is just, yeah. Like, again, the song is Isn't She Lovely? I don't know. What more? Do I need... I've been so frustrated because I've talked about how, like, trans Jax was my interpretation pretty early on. And I've been so... Every single time I've said it, people have been like, oh, you're reading so much into things. And I'm not! I really am not! It is not a theory that requires extraordinary evidence even before episode 9. It's a very pedestrian, obvious reading of the character. It's not strange. It doesn't require extraordinary evidence. It's a very natural reading of the text, for fuck's sake. But that's just gonna keep happening. That's just gonna keep... Yep. They think it's about Pomni. Of course they do! Of course they do! Because trans people don't... Like, trans people, especially trans women, don't exist, you know? They're figments of your imagination. They're not real. It didn't have a trans reading, it was trans writing. Yes, it is! I don't know. Ribbit put the fucking ribbon on her head, and she softened completely and felt safe for the first time in her entire life. For just a moment. I don't know. What more do you want? Where's that goose? There's that goose post that she made where it's like, it's crazy making a popular show because you can make all of the themes and ideas as obvious as humanly possible, and people will still be like, actually, I've decided that you're wrong. He was wearing the dress ironically. Yeah, like, motherfucker. It's, yeah, like, there's no arguing with these people. Like, you can't convince them, I'm afraid. It's, like, they're stuck in a way of thinking that just doesn't allow for it, right? And, like, again, the information we have available is that Jax has some gender shit going on, right? Very strongly pushed towards trans femme, specifically. That's what the text says, is Jax has some gender shit going on. Very, very strongly she's pushing towards trans femme, right? That's what the text is saying. You can, within that remit, interpret gender fluidity. You can interpret flavor of non-binary identity, right? Which is like associated with that. You can interpret agender. Like there's a little wiggle room in there, right? But it's the text is pushing very heavily towards trans femme. She lovely. Isn't she lovely? And it's femininity specifically that Jax has a complicated, difficult relationship with. Ah, my flatmate is here. They're gonna feed the cats. It's femininity specifically that Jax has a complicated, difficult relationship with. It's misogyny specifically that Jax retreats into to punish herself, right? So it's, yes, there's an availability of a broader queer reading of the character, and also the text is herding you towards trans femme. Right? And out in the real world, yes, I know. Oh, you realize you're getting fed, so now you're going to get really loud. Out in the real world, she still hasn't come out. She still hasn't, like, cracked the egg, changed pronouns, whatever. Well, she has cracked the egg. She might still be a repressor, right, out in the real world. Like, still going by Leroy, etc. But that's a thing that happens sometimes, right? Like, when the consciousness is split off and they have a different set of experiences, yeah, they're probably going to come out at different times. Cracked the egg, but the yolk is still in the shell. Yeah, basically. Right? It's... A text is always available to a broader reading, absolutely. And also, we have to recognize that what the text is like... That there are some readings that are more supported than others. And so we return also to the... Like, episode 1 has this... Ends very famously on the Last Supper, right? Which... Trying to remember... Judas is placed to the right of Christ in the Last Supper, right? Like, Jax is essentially sitting in Judas's position, I believe. If I remember the Last Supper correctly. So, like, here we have, like, this long table. And everyone's sort of, like, next to each other. We're doing the Last Supper. And here we're sort of replicating it, but... Instead of the long table of, like, the Last Supper with the suffering Christ and betrayal and all that association, here we have a round table, which is more, you know, King Arthur and shit, but also that's equality, right? Again, that is everyone in an equal position. No one is in the position of Christ. No one is in the position of Judas. Everyone is in an equal position, which, again, like, little things, but it's nice. Yes, hi, Apollo. Hi, baby. I know. Oh, I know. He wants me to open the door so he can go out and get the food earlier, but the food isn't ready yet. It's not ready yet. I know. Yes, Hermes, I know. I don't know if you can hear them, but...
Meow, 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 wow.
I like the little gesture that Zubul gives the drink to Caine, right? Like, this little peace gesture. For me? Right? Because Caine was content to just watch Zubul work. I was like, oh, you made it for me. This little peace gesture between them. Aw. Very sweet. Did Pomni also have a fish in the... Well, there was a fish, but that wasn't the meal. Okay, fair enough. A little meta-awareness. And yeah, like, again, going on an existentialist reading, hell is other people, but with the right people, so is heaven. And I do like this, right? They're building more and more, right? The world is getting bigger. It's expanding. Because they're all working together now, right? They're making the world that was small and confining, this little prison, is becoming big and expansive, right? Like this huge void of nothingness is becoming a space of possibility. It's very sweet. It's so... I wish we had a version of... Like, I'm sorry... With apologies to all the people whose names I'm asking to erase, I would love a version of this sequence without the fucking text, because it's so fucking dad and son teaching his son to fish. Oh... B? Whatever the fuck that is. Zooble. Bubble. Gangle. Very sweet. Oh my god, they killed him! Oh no! Oh, they caught him! And then they actually fucking killed him! He's dead! Oh my god! First they take his money, then they take his life! Caine scared of a ghost. I like that Gangle's punk outfit is literally just spiked bands. Pomni over here playing playing heart to heart. So I know the cast of Digital Circus did play D&D at one point. I thought Roshan was the DM for that, though. So cleric, paladin, I guess? Barbarian, bard, wizard slash sorcerer of some kind. And then Gangle as the DM. And the big BBEG. Hydra. They figured it out. I do like that we get that follow-up. Like that we actually we get the payoff on that. Well, they get the payoff on that one, but they figured it out. Making a point that it's Gangle's door that's open over there. Good for them. Wonder what it is Ragatha's carrying there. Gift for Pomni, maybe? And then... yeah. It's good casting for the gang. Like, the casting people who, like, handle the casting for the IRL did a damn good job, I think. I've seen some fan designs that look real close to this, too. I do wonder where they're going. Because that doesn't look like a city bus, right? Like, well, wait, hang on. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe they just look like that in Australia. I don't know. I'm used to European city buses, and they don't like. That's fucking hell to get on. That looks like a tourist bus. Your city buses look like that. Wow. How the fuck is a person in a wheelchair supposed to get on that? This is St. Louis, Missouri. Oh, it's American. Well, of course the buses are inaccessible to American buses. That makes sense. St. Louis, Missouri. Buses have elevators. Just make them low to the ground. Oh my god. Americans. You just have a bus that's low to the ground and has a little automatic ramp, and then like terrible infrastructure. It's fucking Bridget Guilty Gear all over again. I don't understand. I don't understand how someone can look at this scene and be like, oh, that's not trans femme. I don't like, I do understand it because like, it's the ways that our minds are shaped and our cognition are shaped by dominant social mores is insidious and deep, and like 20 years ago, I wouldn't have seen it either. I wouldn't have gotten it either 20 years ago. I wouldn't have, but how? Look how she relaxes. Look how she goes soft. Come on, man. And as people are pointing out in chat, yeah, Jax's character design looks very much more complete all of a sudden. That bow is a statement piece that kind of completes the whole thing. It matches. It looks good on her. And the moment that there's that disruption, tension. Again, it's the shape of tragedy, right? It's a knife's edge. And the thing is, even if Kaufmo hadn't interrupted, that doesn't necessarily mean it wouldn't have ended like this. Because it wasn't just that Kaufmo interrupted, it was that she wasn't ready, right? She wasn't there yet. And she had all this fucking damage and trauma and pain. Right? And that doesn't, like... That's not just because someone knocked. It's because all of that came rushing back, right? Ribbit did push too hard too fast. Ribbit didn't do anything wrong. Because Ribbit had literally no way in hell of knowing, right? It's not, like, I don't think it's like, oh, someone did something wrong, and, like, it's because sometimes circumstances are just like that, you know? And Jax wasn't ready, right? Like, Jax... In order for Jax to find peace with her trans identity, she kind of has to deal with all of the, you know, I might have killed my mom, right? Me coming out to my mom might have killed her. And that's not... There's nothing Ribbit could have said or done to overcome that. That's not... Again, it's... Like... This is, yeah, as Torpedo Pickle points out in chat, this is a snapshot of Leroy at a moment in time when she thought her life was over, right? Like, this is a homeless trans femme person who's probably at least a little bit, like, falling apart, right? Like, who's probably had some suicidal ideation already, right? It's, like, that's the starting point, right? And it gets messy. It gets really, really, really messy. Oh. Why did YouTube just crash for me? I would like it not to do that. Don't do that. Are we still live? Okay, good, 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 good. It was just my tab. Okay. Had a little heart attack there. What were we talking about? Yeah, it is like... again, the text is saying trans femme. It just is. It just is. Messy, pained, hurt, struggling, self-hating, not perhaps yet ready to come out trans femme, but that's what it's saying. And other queer readings are available, but that's the one the text is supporting. Speaking of queer readings... They're pals. They're pals. They are gals who are pals with each other. They're pal gals. They are pal gals. Such good friendly friends. Huh, chat is frozen for me again. There we go. Yeah, I'm getting some weird bugs. I don't know why. But okay, hopefully everything's fine. I'm pretty sure it's fine. Yeah, I could see an argument that the show needed one more episode. I could see an argument... I could see an argument for splitting Caine's resolution into its own episode. I could see an argument for that. Like, looking through, like, trying to suss out the episode. Like, there is this thing of, this is made as a movie, right? Like, this in episode 8, they were planning to try and release that as a movie during production, presumably. And it definitely does feel like this used to be multiple episodes and got spliced together into one. There's definitely a structure thing where it kind of feels like this is the end of the episode, and then the Caine bit is like, oh. It feels like we're heading towards a resolution, and then we sort of like, Caine, we need to explain what happened with Caine, something, redemption arc. Have do that real quick, the resolution. Like, it definitely has a little bit of that in it, and I can see that as a pretty valid criticism of the way the structure of the episode is put together. I think all the content is good, but I can see an argument for, like, a little bit of a structural thing with the two of them. right? That it doesn't quite flow. It doesn't have a natural flow from resolving the Jax plot into resolving Caine. There isn't a flow there. It is a jarring cut, right? It is literally, okay, we're finished with this plot line. Cut to a flashback, right? So it does feel like the story is a little bit like, this needs to be here. Where does it go? So the flow is not great, I think, between these two things. There is a thematic cohesion between them, but it is definitely... I could see an argument that there should have been 10 episodes, right? And episode 10 should have belonged to Caine, maybe? Just to be a jerk, end episode 9 on Caine showing up. Again, that's what it feels like. It feels a lot like it was supposed to go like this. And then... ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Right? It does feel like this is where we're supposed to cut to credits. Because that's the, oh shit, he's there. And then we keep going. Because it needed to be a movie, or, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know about the production circumstances of it. But there is definitely an argument to be made that this could have benefited from being split up and give the Caine story a little bit more time. And maybe spend a little bit more time just sort of sitting with the emotional resolution of Jax's arc here. I think you could make that argument. I don't begrudge them for wanting to put it out as a movie, though. It is movie quality. Like, it is movie-worthy in terms of production quality. Episode 1, maybe not so much, but episode 8 and 9 are there. Like, this is the height of production quality you'll get for independent animation, I think. It looks amazing on the big screen. Yeah, I can imagine. I do kind of wish I could have experienced that. But I saved my reaction for you people. Which I don't mind, by the way. I understand that I am one of the luckiest motherfuckers on God's green earth that I get to do this shit and make money on it somehow. I am... man, there's so much... There's so much still here. But I don't know, like, am I just gonna repeat myself like, this looks really nice 5,000 times? Because it looks really nice. I literally cannot say enough good about the lighting engineering in this fucking show. There's such an intentionality to it. Like, fucking look at the way they handle the light on the circus in this night scene, right? Like, fucking... Do I need to say anything? Look at it! The way they handle the contrast between the void and the warm spaces where people live, right? The way they handle the contrast between... Well, the real-life footage that they shot for Jax and her escape. The way they use color and lighting across flashbacks and flash-forwards. Like this. Ribbit's little star projector, right? Do I need... I don't need... Look at it. This is how Jax sees them. This is how Jax sees them. I don't... Do I need to explain that? This is what they look like through Jax's eyes. In this moment. Ribbit is like the universe itself. It's like that poem about the glow-in-the-dark stars painted over with landlord white. What's the point of the poem? It's right there on the wall. You can see it. Same thing with, like, the way that, like, the circus is gray and... Like, it's a simple thing, but it's so fucking clever that we have the circus trapped in this monochrome dead state. And this is the thing that brings it back to life, right? What brings the circus back to life? Well, this. Taking care of a trans girl. Love. It's hokey to say, but that's what it is. That's what brings the world back to life when it seems dead, is to love each other. It's hokey, but it's true. It's one of those moral of a Saturday morning cartoon that sounds so profoundly shallow, but it is in fact like the most profound truth in the universe, is that this is what makes life bearable. It's love. It's caring for each other. That's the thing that matters. That's the thing that is meaningful. Existence is absurd and meaningless. This is where meaning comes from. I wish it was more fancy than that, but that's just the truth of how it is. And oh boy, do they want to sell you different ideas really badly, because those are more profitable. But the thing that gives your life meaning is caring for people. For yourself as well. You are also people. What a good fucking show. What a good little show. I'd watch a season 2. A mini-season. 2 or 3 episodes. Not a whole season. I'd like a 2 or 3 sort of epilogue mini-season. That just gives you a little, like, hang out with the guys in the circus. One new person puts a headset on and shows up. And, like, we get to see how, in contrast with the very dysfunctional introduction to Caine back when he was still, like, a new person comes in, and it's actually a really nice place to be from the start. And we get to see how everyone has progressed in terms of, yeah, that would be nice. But, yeah. I wouldn't, like, again, once again, Gooseworks, I wish you 10 years of vacation where no one bothers you. I wish Gooseworks a very happy, never have to do anything again if you don't want to. I wish Gooseworks a very everyone leave her alone forever, please. It really is, like, when you happen to run into a frame that's not motion blurred, fucking wallpapers everywhere. Damn, that's pretty. Anyway, some people paid money to tell me things. I should probably see what they said, shouldn't I? Let's have a look here. All the way back at the start of the stream, someone asked me to say the name of a cryptocurrency. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know why you want me to do that. But thank you for the $10 that you paid to try and make me say it. Sorry I couldn't fulfill your wish. Stars and Whales, thank you for feeding us. Thank you for the 10 bucks. That's nice. Stickers and Stitches, $5. Trans rights, baby. Yes, please. We could do with some more of those. Sir Eroes, I hate that Discord tries to charge the viewers to expand the stage. Yeah, I did not like that at all. Like, Discord was like, oh, you can have more people in the stage if you pay some more money for it. And I was like, okay, fuck it. I guess we're going to YouTube then. Magical Girl Mel 3289 says, we are numerous. I don't know in response to what, but thank you for the $2. Holly Bunny Silly. Glad I made it. I was worried I'd miss a bunch, but then remembered you multiply the length of these episodes by ×8. Not quite by ×8. I've only quadrupled it on this stream. But oh, actually not even. It's like 57 minutes long, and we've been going for 4.5 hours. There's a bunch of members. I thank you very much. Noidy Bus, I'm just going to watch from the start, so I won't be chatting. Just wanted to thank you for your amazing reactions. You're the goat. Thank you very much for the 5. I don't know what the currency is. It's R dollars, which I don't know what country that is. Holly Bunny Silly, estrogen could have saved him. Yeah, I mean, that's nice to think. But again, I think with Jax's story, it's like, yeah, like estrogen would have helped, but the trauma of maybe having murdered her mom is like... Right, which we find out with Leroy. Leroy is not on the run for murder. Her mom is probably fine. But it's estrogen would not have been enough to save Jax. Right, it's estrogen and then also, God, truly so much therapy and rest. Which is like, that's the way it often happens, right? Like trans people will often describe that they are miserable, the lowest in their lives they've ever been, and then they take the hormones, and then, oh, okay, that's a huge weight off my chest. Now I am conscious of all the other problems I have, right? Like, all the other problems I need to deal with. But it's like, one big problem goes out of the way, and then all the other problems are there to be dealt with. And estrogen helps a lot. It helps a lot with dealing with those problems. It's like, it's a good start. I recommend the estrogen, the tea, the whatever. I recommend it, but it doesn't fix things, usually. But I know that it's more of a meme thing. I'm not saying that you have an insufficiently complex understanding of HRT. WC Wit, Jack saw the TV glow. Oh boy, did she ever. Watching this finale over and over like the performers of Hades Town, to know how it ends and still begin to sing it again as if it might turn out this time. Yeah, like it is of a, like, there's a reason I brought up Hades Town and the Orphean tragedy with this. It is that kind of thing, right? It is that tragedy where you can see 1,000 times how things could have gone a little differently, right? Let's see. I've used he, him because they never got to say it, but it's absolutely valid to use she, her, especially since Goose did it in a tweet. Yeah. And like, I think she, her, again, the text is transfem. Ghost of Avalon, one of the hardest things about doing therapy as a man is trying to find words to answer how does that make you feel. Yeah. 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 What do you mean words? What do you mean how does that make me feel? I don't. What? I have inside, there's a sensation inside, and it's, make it go away, please? I came here to therapy to make it go away. No, sorry, that's not how it works. You have to figure it out. How does that make you feel? Somehow? It sure does feel. I feel a lot. That's definitely, yep. Ghost of Avalon, in relation to Jack, she most of all thinks she deserves this after everything she's done, and maybe she's right, but I think sometimes people shouldn't get what they deserve, they should get what they need. Yeah, and that's the thing with, like, when we talk about rehabilitative and restorative justice, right? It's this thing of, like, do you want to prevent more harm in the world? Do you want there to be fewer people suffering? Do you want shit to be less miserable? Well, I mean, then, no matter how much they may deserve it, punishment doesn't do that. Punishment just increases the amount of pain in the world, right? And it doesn't necessarily prevent future harm. In fact, oftentimes punishment encourages future harm, right? So, you know, it's kind of cheesy, but the cheese tastes so good. I don't know in relation to what, Holly Bunny Silly, but you're right. Sam Fisher, 1887. Oh, Jesus, that's 100 fucking Canadian dollars. I think that's about $2.50 in American. No, I know that's more than that. Thank you very much. That's very generous of you. As a trans girl, that meant so much to me that you immediately switched to she, her for Jax. The show will hopefully be remembered as one of the best trans tragedies of our time. Yeah. Like, the comparison with I Saw the TV Glow is apt, right? Not necessarily because, like, oh, same kind of thing or same level of quality, but, like, that there is that same approach to tragedy, right? That it's not about, like, having a happy ending where everything gets resolved cleanly and the power of love triumphs, but engaging with the difficult complexity of it, right? That this shit is complicated as fuck. And it's not always clean, and it tends to be messy. Lintligger625 says, I like that the human version show that Jax isn't beyond hope. Yep. She hasn't come out yet, but she's alive, right? And she's thriving, and she has friends, and she has community, and she has a home and a job. And that's important, I think. I like that also. Daniel Quinlan 2457 said, Alex Rochon has described the aquarium as something akin to an inpatient facility on Blue Sky, so maybe there's hope for them all. I think so. Like, either there's hope that they can come back to themselves, or else, like, it's just a different way of being a person, maybe. Like, clearly, if, like, the thing is, the abstractions are only dangerous, and they're only, like, a problem, and they're only, like a threat or whatever, if they are in a hostile environment, right? Like, if they're kept in a really bright, loud environment with a bunch of stimulation, it's like, then they go berserk. But if you just put them in a dark, quiet place where there's nothing that stresses them out, they're fine, right? Like, they are peaceful. They're not even dangerous to anyone, right? So it's like this thing of, like, maybe they can come back to themselves, or maybe it's okay if that's who they are now. Because the job isn't to make them be a specific way. The job is to build a world in which they can be comfortable and happy, right? Too late, Dacrophilia boy. Holly Bonnie! No! No! I asked you not to clip that! Gameboy8932, thank you very much for the $5. Don't be sad, Gengulk. Jax is in a better place now. Well, hopefully. Torpedo Pickle. Abstractions are reminders of death, loss, and lingering pain. And I love that it resolves not by hiding them, but they've been put somewhere visible where they can be seen, loved, and remembered. Yeah, again, the contrast with Caine's solution, which is just put them away. Basement, right? That's like, yes, dark place where they can be calm and they're not freaked out and shit by. That's also, oh yeah, just shut them away. Just put them away somewhere where they won't discomfort anyone else, rather than, hey, what if we just found a way to, like, maybe there's a way to make a world where we can be together, right? Where togetherness is fine. Let's see. I really like the ribbit scenes, but I do hope this is the last of the charismatic / abusive jerk is misunderstood, traumatized. Just keep trying to reach them trope we get for a little while. I mean, valid. That's not an invalid thing, right? Like, that is a trope that it's easy to get tired of. I will say, I think there is a difference in kind between if the charismatic jerk is a cishet white dude versus the traumatized charismatic jerk is an extremely marginalized person who is the way that they are because of a whole bunch of, like, structural factors and like, I think there's a difference in kind between those things. Because, like, I agree, like, we get a lot of stories a lot of the time where it's, oh, here is this, like, cisgender able-bodied white man who's an asshole to people, and the whole movie is about how everyone should be more patient with him learning how not to be an asshole to people, right? Like, that's a kind of story that exists. And it's very valid to be tired of that. I don't think that's the same as a story that's exploring what trauma and pain does. For example, to a closeted trans person, right? I think there is a lot of necessity and validity in telling the messy stories about the shit that being closeted can do to a person. And the ways in which, like, the intense self-hate and internalized transphobia and the pain of trying to exist in a transphobic society, what that does to trans people, because a lot of what it does is it like, a lot of trans people end up being not very nice people. Like, I've met trans people who are fucking saints on earth, let me tell you. More patient than I could be in if I had, like, the powers of heaven at my command. And sometimes there are trans people who are assholes, who are toxic and caustic and unpleasant and mean-spirited and cruel and who cannot maintain relationships. And it's because the world has absolutely fucking abused them into that shape, right? And again, that doesn't mean they're not responsible for their actions or that they shouldn't be held accountable. It's like, it just means we should probably reconsider the idea that, oh, well, I can just throw you away then, right? You're a piece of shit, you're an asshole, I don't want to deal with you, I'm just gonna shove you out of my community and my spaces, and I'm not gonna make room for you. Go deal with it on your own somewhere else. Like that. And it's hard, like, it's difficult, it's not easy. But I think there is a difference in kind, right? Between that versus, like, a story about the marginalized and the excluded versus a story about someone who's from the dominant socioeconomic group, right? Sam Fisher. Oh, also in the scene where they're all on the couch, you can visually see Pomni flinch when the others refer to Jax with he, him. Yeah, I think I noticed that. I wasn't sure, though. Let's see. Where are we? I wasn't sure because...
Hope it's enough to keep him contained.
Yeah, she flinches at the moment when him...
He should be calm in there.
And she flinched. Again, I wasn't sure if it was because she was reacting to the pronoun or if it's because, you know,
darkness
all
is
of that.
soothing to them.
But I think that's a valid reading of her reaction there. I think that's entirely valid. And I do like that Pomni doesn't tell them, because it's not for Pomni to tell, right? It's not for Pomni to say. Because, you know, people get to come out when they're ready. And you do not ever, under any circumstances, out a queer person. You don't do it. You don't do it. Please do not do it. No matter how much you think it's necessary or right, don't do that. Do not do that. I know things have changed a bit over the last 20 years, but I am of a slightly older generation. That's just you don't do that. Queer people do not owe anyone a coming out. And a coming out is something that belongs to the person. Like, unconditionally belongs to them. Even if it's a really bad idea, even if they really fucking should, even if it would help, even if it would make things better, that's something that belongs to the person. Ghost of Avalon, yesterday you drew sorrow, what will you do tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, Has Been Hotel is trying to deal with some of the same stuff, right? That it is also a show that is interested in the concept of rehabilitative justice. I have mixed feelings about Caine getting forgiven so quickly, whereas Jax didn't get forgiven until after he abstracted. That's not true, Jax Bowler. Jax was forgiven in episode 8 before Caine was even killed. At least insofar as they all accepted him and said, you belong here with us still. And Subal does, and Gangle does, right? And still, in this episode, Gangle still had very complicated feelings about it, right? Like, Gangle hadn't just forgiven Jax for abstracting, right? Like, Gangle still has complicated feelings about it. So I don't think it's like, and again, Caine isn't forgiven instantly either. He has to work for it. Let's see. I feel weird about the Caine good ending, but from the start, I thought he was supposed to be the face of the oppressive system. He's the prison of the circus, not a person. Classic sci-fi AI. Yeah, and Sunny Sales, that's correct, right? Like, because that's the concept of I have no mouth and I must scream, right? I think the thing that the show is trying to get at with Caine a lot, like this is something that we can observe in episode 8 especially, is that Caine is also a prisoner, ultimately, right? Caine is also a prisoner. The one thing Caine cannot do is leave, right? He is trapped every bit as much as they are, and his arc is one of realizing that no matter how much power he has, no matter how much he wants to think of himself as a god, he is ultimately no more free than they are, right? He is, and that's the sequence at the end, is he has to realize that he's not better than them. He's not separate from them. He is part of them, right? Like, he is as much as they are, right? And I understand that, like, again, but the thing is, Caine is not a representative of a system, ultimately, because he's subject to it. He's not a master of it. Yeah, he's a prisoner trying to be a jailer, right? Essentially. But I understand that. Like, I think that's not an invalid reading, especially of the early episodes. Like, it's not at all an invalid reading of him. Yearly Gymnast 9865. Hey, I was Skyen fan for a while, and I think on this final episode of the Amazing Digital Circus, you deserve a tip. Thank you very much for the $10. Here's to many more breakdowns and tangents, and down with big motion blur. Yes, I look forward to the Gaslight District, my beloved Gaslight District, which is made without so much motion blur. Hooray! I realized Caine could have easily used the temporary internet access to do something selfish, but he wanted to learn more about the humans instead. That was my thought, 2E illustration. My thought was that the moment he got access to the internet, I thought the resolution for him was that he was gonna leave, right? That he was gonna go away. He was gonna jump into the internet and leave the circus to them, and I thought that was gonna be his resolution. And I do personally, I like better that he had to stay and work, right? Like, he had to stay and go through the process of being accountable for his actions and making up for the damage that he has done. I saw someone saying the blue bit might be his internet access, so clearly him letting go of him deleting his Twitter account. I mean, we should all have done that already. No, that's the other AI. That's Abel, or whatever it's called. That's the thing he lets go there. Leroy goes to Riley's bar where you can be yourself. Yep, RSV Darkmane. That is what she does. Sharkbite 1000. Here's to you, Skyen. You're helping me better understanding the series as a whole. I would never have figured out the Jax trans subplot without you pointing it out for me. I'm really bad at literary analysis, sorry. Don't apologize for that. Like, it's like, people accuse me of having media literacy all the time, and it's, no, I just speak very confidently and quickly. That's not the same as being smart. I am not special in any way. I have just done this for longer. Media literacy and media analysis are skills. They're things you do, and you practice them by doing them. They are skills in the same way as carpentry is a skill, in the same way as sewing is a skill. It's, you practice it. There's no magic, and there's no, like, never apologize for being bad at it. That's not a sin. Let's see. Some people watch this episode and still don't believe Jax is trans. Anyway, isn't she lovely? Yeah, Sarah, EA. We've talked about that. You know what they say? You can lead a fan to water and they can theorize that it's poison, Holly Bunny Seal. Yeah, that's the, I call that the game theory approach to media analysis. I don't mind game theory. I don't mind it. Like, I don't think game theory is doing anything wrong necessarily, but it is that thing of like, because a lot of school systems are really, really bad at teaching media literacy, things like game theory and cinema sins and stuff sort of slot into the empty void that the education system leaves, and a lot of people sort of they substitute that for the other thing, which is bad. Some people still equate Caine to Gen AI. Yeah, I don't think Caine is supposed to be a Gen AI metaphor. I really don't think so. He's not really created to be that, I don't think. For one thing, because Caine is conscious, and Gen AI is not. Gen AI is just statistics. Like, that's literally just statistics. There's very little more to it than that. Well, okay, the computer scientists are going to get mad at me for saying that, but it's very, very complicated statistics running in a black box that we can't understand, but all it does is statistically predict most likely outcome based on input. Like, that's all it does. And Caine is not depicted as that in the show, right? Like, he's not purely responsive, right? There's none of that stochastic parroting in there. Sarah EA, Jax's character model looks so complete with the bow. It really does, doesn't it? It really is one of those things that feel like the character design was always supposed to have it. It really does. Sam Fisher, people are being so delusional, they think Isn't She Lovely is a Jax Pomni romance song. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they would. We talked about this. It's like people can be very, very persistent in that way. The Jax door didn't open to memories but different personas, so the forbidden door is a Jax that's not allowed out, one barred from the lounge with the no girls allowed rule. No other interpretation. I agree, Malistine. Last super chat, but I just want to say that your points make me agree with calling Jax she, her now. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Egg was cracking, but not ready to hatch. Sarah EA, yep. Let's see. Oh, I skipped past some of them. Hang on, where did they go? Ah, there we go. Cassandra3813. I don't know what COP is, but thank you for giving me 20,000 of them. I don't know. That's pesos, right? Is that Colombian pesos? I should know more about currencies. But thank you for that. Ragatha and Pomni are just really good roommates, friends. Nothing Yuri happening here. Historians will say they are comrades. Yes, they will. Comrades in the socialist revolution against something or other. And then also additionally, Ribbon and Jax are doomed Yuri. Everything in this show is some flavor of Yuri, and I love it. It's true. Art the Galewind. In terms of purely animation, which one do you think is best? Murder Drones or Digital Circus? Digital Circus. Easily. Like, by a country mile. Because Glitch got way the fuck better at making 3D animation by making Murder Drones, and you can see that expertise coming into play. And it's also, like, Murder Drones is just a very different kind of show. In a lot of ways, like, it's... Like, I've made it clear that I'm not that much of a Murder Drones fan. I'm not the target audience for that show. I'm not really the person for that show is for. The first episode of Murder Drones where they use mocap. Yeah! It's just like, I mean... They over a very small animation studio trying to produce a 3D animated show. Mocap is a very good way to go with that, but it didn't look so great. But by the end of Murder Drones, like the last couple of episodes, like, oh, the animation was working at a very high level. But as a piece of, like, in terms of character acting, in terms of drama, in terms of cinematography, in terms of staging, acting, blocking, Digital Circus is on another level, right? it is just better put together on a technical level. Because they had the benefit of all the experience from Murder Drones to work from. Bex 9400, just wanted to say your videos helped me get through high school, graduating on Monday.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I could help you, young'un. Yes, I'm always happy to help the kids these days. It makes my old age feel like it's worth it.
Just fucking kill me, right? Just fucking reach through the screen and pluck my heart out of my chest, would ya? What do you mean you started high school and now you're oh my god. I'm old. Gojira fan 123. Here's $5. Could you please say... Okay. Yeah. El problema es el capitalismo. Was that more or less what you wanted? Ghost of Avalon, thank you for doing this stream today. I've been a bit of a wreck over what happened to Jax, but this really helped me process it. Yeah, it was... I'm not gonna lie. It's been a rough ride for me as well with Jax. Like, that was a fucking lot to... I had a feeling it was gonna end in tragedy, because that's where the whole show was kind of pointing, and all the teasers and shit were, like, pointing that way. But still, watching it play out was like, God. It's like you're on the Titanic and you're just seeing the icebergs. And it's not just one iceberg, it's like iceberg and then another iceberg and then a bigger iceberg and then a whole other Titanic also coming your way. It's, oh boy. It was rough. I can imagine people having a rough time of that in the cinema. Mezbels, thank you so much for taking the time to make these reactions. You're teaching me more than my college tutors are. I mean, your college tutors are probably also like, badly underpaid and overworked and, you know, struggling. So I'm probably like, if I'm teaching you more than they are, I don't know that that's entirely their fault or my credit. Cassandra, we're all just strangers on the internet, but that doesn't stop me from supporting what you do. Greetings from Venezuela. Ah. Soon we'll be free from the Chavista regime and hopefully could support you more. Well, if you live in Venezuela, you don't need to spend your money on me. You do not need to spend your money on me. Spend it on yourself. That is more important. That is much more important. Especially given just how badly your country is getting screwed from all angles. Good lord. Let's see, Vishna, we got trans right and a sex update. Amazing. Yeah, Caine is really putting the work into the patch notes. Mathematical. I like the interpretation that Kinger himself is partly abstracted and recovered, considering he has similar symptoms when it comes to light. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a valid interpretation of Kinger, is that he is someone who is at least partly there, or rather that the process of abstraction is not necessarily, like, snap from one thing to another, but that there is, like, a gradient to it. And I would have to save this for a full video essay, but there is something about the way light and dark are treated in Digital Circus. It is doing a thing. It is doing a specific thing. I don't 100% know if that specific thing is completely consistent throughout, but it is doing some specific things with light and dark that I'm curious about. Oh, hang on. How the fuck did that get through my word filter? Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, moving on from that. Chris Cypher, I just want to say thank you for always getting it, be it characters, plot, or shipping moments. You always seem to understand what a show is trying to say, as well as the fandom will take away. I mean, I try. Like, insofar as I have a mission with any... Okay. I see. We're being raided a little bit, are we? YouTube settings are just really fucking opaque and difficult to deal with sometimes. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, I mean, insofar as I have a mission with this channel, I want to make the work visible. That's why I fucking yap for so long about, you know, background and motion blur and little animation details and like all the fucking little shit. That's why I yap about it so much. I want to make the work visible because all of this is work. All of this is artists and creatives making choices and making decisions. None of it is accidental. None of it happens just because, right? None of it happens out of nowhere. It happens because someone makes the decision to make it happen. And insofar as I have a mission here, I want to make the work visible. I want people to be able to see, oh shit, someone did that, someone did that, someone did that. Which is also why I always read through the credits, is insofar as I can be useful, I think that's my useful role. Otaku Chisa, thank you very much. That epilogue series you described sounds amazing. Goose deserves the longest break, but more of these characters would be wonderful. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely... I don't think the show needs a season 2 as such. I don't think it needs a season 2. I do think you could tell more stories. It might be smarter to do it as a comic. It might be smarter to do it as some other form rather than fully animated episodes or shorts or whatever. But I think there is definitely a little bit of epilogue you could do that isn't like a full season's worth of extra material. But yeah, Goose deserves a break. I think first and foremost, Goose have a long holiday. Goose sleep. Goose go spend money on something cool and don't post about it on the internet, and no one bother her for a while, I think is the main thing. What are your thoughts on the scene where a bunch of Jack's versions were flashing? For me, the version of Jack's in military fatigues was interesting. Yeah, I don't know if we are to take that Jax joined the military for a while. Again, it is not uncommon. It's not universal, but it's not uncommon for, like, trans femme eggs to do things like go to the gym and get really jacked, or join the military, or seek out, like, stereotypically masculine professions, or, like, ways of being in order to try and, in order to try and repress, right? Like, to try and push things down. It's also, like, it could also just be a socioeconomic thing. Like, a lot of people go into the army because they're poor, and the army offers a way to get a college education, right? The army preys on that. Like, the armed forces in many countries prey on poverty in order to secure recruits. Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the poor? As a band that used to be good used to sing. Eldritch McPie, I hope we get more complex trans characters. I often see people acting like giving trans characters genuine flaws is vindicating bigots, and it's, yeah, and that's, like, the thing is, that's primarily a problem of volume in many ways. Like, the thing is, trans characters being explicitly, outwardly, obviously trans, and having trans stories told about them by trans people is so fucking rare. Trans perspectives, and this is true of, like, queer storytelling as well, right? Like, in general. And any marginalized identity, it's rare, right? There isn't a lot. And so when anything comes along, it gets saddled with the burden of being representation for everything, right? Where what should happen is that we get trans stories all the time. So that there's a bunch of wholesome trans stories with, like, a bunch of nice things, and things are happy and things are good, and then a bunch of messy trans stories, and then a bunch of funny trans stories, and then a bunch of trans horror stories, and a bunch of trans action movie violence stories. Like, we should have more. Like, there should just be a broader range of everything, so that no one thing gets saddled with the responsibility of being fulsome representation for everyone. Because trans people, and this may come as a surprise to some people out there, trans people are really different from one another. There's like oh boy, like you at first you're like, oh, okay, a trans person is like this one model of that, and then you meet them as like, holy, you two are completely not the same person at all. That's weird. Oh my god, there's another one over there. That's not the same thing at all. And then that just keeps happening forever. And they're all incredibly fucking different from one another. It's in a way that suggests that they're people or something, which it's strange and frightening and hard to understand, but it's true. And some trans people, as we talked about, are fucking messy. Some trans people are unpleasant and cruel. That happens because they're people. Because people are like that, and that's what human is. That's how person be. And some of them are the sweetest angels on God's green earth. Like that's, and it really is. The only antidote is to keep telling stories. The only antidote is to keep fucking telling stories about trans people, all kinds of stories about the messy ones and the angelic ones and the normal ones and the freaky ones. It's the only antidote is to tell more stories. And in the meantime, we have to deal with those like tedious, repetitive discourses about whether something is good representation or not. That's just sort of, we just have to deal with that being a thing in the meantime, because it's also like it is relevant to critique a story about trans identity for the extent to which it is an accurate depiction of what trans existence is like, right? Like that's a normal and valid form of critique, just as much as critiquing a story about like what it's like to be a soldier. If it's inaccurate in representing it, it's like that's a valid critique to say that's not what soldier life is like at all, right? Like when Hollywood puts out a fucking other like movie where the soldiers and military are cool and good and they're the good guys and they're honorable, and it's like you need to have some fucking jarheads. Well, you need to have one jarhead, the first jarhead, as a counterpoint to that. Anyway, Splasby, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch your reactions to Digital Circus. You elevated my experience of the show. I am glad of that. Thank you. That's very kind. Blitzina, so like the scene between the moon and Caine, if we mention slight parallels between Jax and Caine, unlike Jax, Caine accepted vulnerability and love. I mean, eventually, but again, there is a parallel between Jax and Caine in that sense as well, is that both of them blow up their relationships and push away the only people who could help them and the only people who are willing to reach out to them, and absolutely explode and project their pain outwards and make it make their suffering into other people's pain as well. They both do that. Like, they both have that kind of a meltdown. Jax with Ribbit and Kaufmo and Gangle and Ragatha and eventually Pomni, and Caine also with all of those people. Like, there is a parallel between them. Their neuroses are, again, that's part of the tragedy in the show, is that over and over and over again, you have these people who are so able to be one another's balm, right? Their salvation. So able to offer one another intimacy and kindness and patience and empathy, and they are kept away from one another by the nature of their pathology, right? Like, that's the tragedy, is Caine needs the people in the circus more than anything, but he can't admit that to himself, right? And so he lashes out. Jax needs the other people in the circus more than anything, but he can't admit that. And so he lashes out because there's this inner, deep turmoil conflict that is holding them in their pain, right? So there are parallels between them. There really are. Sunny Sales, rewired reading for those who, like me, relate to Jax way too much. Why Does He Do That by Lundy Bancroft and The Will to Change by Bell Hooks. I've not read Why Does He Do That, but The Will to Change is a foundational text. I believe there have been some criticisms of Bell Hooks' Will to Change in recent years. Not to say that it's not valid. I found it extremely useful and valuable. If you have the chance to read The Will to Change, especially if you're a man, boys out there, fellas, that one's a good one. Let's see. Final super chat, I promise, but my god, what a series. This finale made me sob so hard in theaters and left me an emotional wreck, recontextualizing all previous Jax scenes with us knowing that she knew but was repressing. 10 out of 10, I'm so glad I was here. Yeah. That's the most painful part, almost, is that Jax knew. She knew that that was in there, but she was so stuck in her pain that she couldn't, you know. Tragedy. Tragedy is what it is. Stardust at Kirby, or Searby? One of the two. As someone who's been following the series since the beginning, I can honestly say you're my favorite creator I've found because of the show. Thank you. That's very kind. The Protean Rakai. Let's all welcome Jax to the expanding roster of trans queer characters that fans argue are cis. Bridget, Luz, even Zubul. Yeah. Yeah. That's an infinite eternal list, my friend. That is the forever list. This is why we invented, like, queer academia and queer readings. Let's see. Oh, hang on. As soon as I saw the bow scene in the cinema, I could only think of how excited I was to see your take on this episode. I was not disappointed. Thank you, Laurent Latrance 855. Listen, I'm not saying that I'm the most vindicated man in history, but I gotta be somewhere on the list, right? Like I'm like number 15, or like I am the most vindicated reactor in the Amazing Digital Circus fan. I'm not. Other people have been saying that Jax is trans since before I was doing it. I cottoned on to that in part because I saw other people talking about it. But no, I am vindicated. Like, I am permitting myself to feel some smugness towards all the people who tried to argue with me about it. Like, yeah, told you so. Told you so, motherfuckers. I told you so. Bane Gaiety 4848, lurker for years, just wanted to say hi. Hi. Unfair Mari, I've been watching your content for 7 years now.
Well, I've been watching your content for 7 years now, and I think you taught me about design and media literacy so much it was generally kind of formative in my early 20s, so thank you. I'm always happy to help the youngsters get through their early 20s. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, you grab yourself a sweet on the way out there, kiddo. It's just sure. God damn it. I'm trying not to think of my mortality. I'm old! Yeah, Garrison, yeah. Altefcat, this latest episode made a lot of repressed thoughts and feelings resurface, and I was not ready for that. It's been on my mind non-stop since then. Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you go to the cinema, you see the screen glow, you know? A little trans egg detail I really loved is that Leroy always finds a way to hide their face in photos. Bookrug. Yeah, I think that was universal across all of them in a lot of those photos, is that they were hiding, like, Kinger's face is always hidden behind a bunch of stuff in their photos as well. It's not until the final scene with the bus that we really get to see them. I don't know that was specifically a Leroy thing, but, like, valid reading, I suspect. Gojira fan 123. All jokes aside, your analyses and Yap sessions have helped me interact with the works I enjoy more thoughtfully and increased my media literacy. Thanks for doing what you do. You are very welcome, and you practice that on your own. I'm just glad I could help. Let's see. 11 NM. Artist from Knights of Guinevere here, and a TADC fan. Lots of us watch your streams and enjoy how you shout out parts that don't usually get shouted out. Your appreciation is appreciated. Thank you. That's very kind of you. And I am excited I'm fucking excited for Guinevere. I am. Like, you guys, I'm gonna... Listen, whatever, you better... Like, I'm gonna find your animation mistakes. Let me tell you. I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna scour the frames. I'm gonna find every mistake you've ever made, and I'm gonna show them to... I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I am kidding. I'm joking. I wouldn't do that to people. I am gonna shout out all the good work you've done. Is what I'm gonna attempt to do. But I'm always very relieved whenever I hear from people who work on the shows that I do reactions to, and they go, that was really nice and we liked it, I can feel a weight drop from my chest, and I go, okay, I didn't massively misrepresent their labor. I didn't, like, I didn't just pour shit out of my ass the whole time. It's like, okay, I added some value. That was good. I'm pleased with that. Let's see. Mr. Business 1, your video on Jax where you explained that being trans is part of the human experience rather than devoid of it made me as a trans guy find the words to explain to people why... No, people who never take us or our art seriously. I mean, yeah, that's the fundamental thing is... Certainly from a cisgender perspective, it's so easy to think of trans as something that's over there. right? Oh yeah, trans. That's a separate world that they live in, that has different rules, and we can sit here on the other side of the glass and we can look at it, but that's different. That's another. They do things a different way over there, and that's not. But that's not true. The trans experience is the human experience, right? That's part of the reason why Jax was subject to a lot of trans femme and trans masc readings is because these things aren't separate necessarily. And a lot of people, a lot of cisgender people struggle with their masculinity in some of the same ways that Jax does, right? I have a lot of people in our comments saying, but I see Jax's struggles as cisgender masculinity struggles, which is yeah, but the reason for that is because trans experiences are not separate from ours, right? Trans experiences are not separate. They are part of it. We struggle with masculinity in the same ways because masculinity has issues. Those issues are pretty universal, right? The reasons why masculinity sucks for cis men are not separate in a completely different category from the reasons why masculinity sucks for trans women, right? It's because masculinity has problems, and those problems apply to all the people who suffer under them, right? And which is not to say that a trans person's experience is identical or one-to-one with a cis man's, because it's not, just that they are not separate. They interpenetrate, they mingle, and they have overlaps and similarities, and we should take that as a cause to find solidarity with one another. Cis men should have solidarity with trans women when they express that masculinity fucking sucks and they don't want to be in it. We should be capable of understanding that, because we also live in all the bad parts of masculinity. The good parts also, we also get those. But if someone says oh, hey, fucking being a man sucks and I don't want to do it, as cis men, we should be yeah, there's a lot of this shit that sucks. I get it. Listen, if you want to play for the other team, go. We're with you. We're with you, sister. And in the same way, if a trans man is man, I really want to fucking do all the masculinity shit, as cis men, we should be oh, come on. Let's show you all the cool shit. Let's show you all the good stuff. Let's go to a field and roll around in mud and get really sweaty and dirty and then throw big rocks into a lake. Let's ride a shopping cart downhill. Let's fucking do it. Let's jackass some shit. That's what we should do, is we should take these overlaps and these similarities as a reason to have solidarity, to want to share the good parts with the people who want to be here, and to extend empathy and understanding to the people who are I don't want to be in this. I don't want to be a part of this. Because we should know the parts of masculinity that suck. We live in them. George Kaslau, I love your reactions the most. TADC was the most human show I've seen in a long time. I think that's a good description of the show. It is very, very human. It's very, very human. Let's see, Emily2564. More thoughts on Caine's involvement in his own deletion. I don't believe that all the pro-deletion lines in Kinger's terminal were just the able AI. No, I don't think so either. I talked about it earlier, that there might have been, what Caine is doing is throwing a tantrum, right? He's essentially a child throwing a tantrum. And in the way that children do, Caine is well, you all hate me, and you all want me dead, and you don't want to be with me, and you torment me, and you hate me, and you just want to delete me, don't we? Well, fuck you. Maybe we'll just, in that headspace where you kind of go, well, fuck you, press the button then, just delete me, fuck you, right? And then it happens, and then he goes, wait, and then, right? I think there is a thing of Caine had a hand in causing his own deletion, just out of oppositional defiance, because Kinger was trying to do something, and Caine was just fucking with that and interfering with it and struggling with it in the way that a child who's throwing a tantrum will, if you're holding them in your arms, they will kick and they will bite and they will struggle, even if it means that they themselves are about to fall down and crack their head on the floor, right? The child will still scream and kick and struggle, even if it ends up putting them in danger or hurting them. That's how I read it, is that Caine in that moment is so irrationally committed to his pain and his anger and lashing out that
he doesn't really think through the consequences of what he's doing. And it's not until the consequences hit that he goes, oh. Right, he goes, wait. And certainly part of his instability is the able part of him, right? Like the blue AI that he ate is part of why he's so unstable, right? Because that was the first act of domination he committed. That was the first murder, the first sin, right? That was the first thing he tried to seize control over. And it's once he lets that go, lets go of the need to control, right? Lets go of the need to be the better one, lets go of that need to be superior, is when he becomes able to become human, right? Martiras norska kronor. Hej från Norge. Thank you so much for your words about the diversity of trans people. Gives me strength to believe in my own feelings and I'm not a creepy freak. I can be trans in my own unique way. You can, and in fact, you have no other option. You are doomed to it, just as everyone else is. We are all doomed to be ourselves. That's existentialism too. Let's see. Sir Arrow is Skyen the old Dane shaking his fist at the sea. I'm not that old. Like, listen. I may be old. Like, I remember Harold Bluetooth. Like, we hung out once. He's kind of a lot, honestly. Won't stop yapping. But I'm not that old. I wasn't like I didn't participate in the invasions of Great Britain. Come on. Sarah EA, Jax abstracted off screen. She did not show anyone how much she was struggling. Much like suicide, you don't see it, only the aftermath tracking. Yeah, like it's very suicide coded, the way that it happens with Jax, that we just cut. That we just cut to it. It's very suicide coded. Which again is that it is the way that it tends to happen with suicide, is that it does, like, a person who is suicidal will go to extreme lengths to make sure that literally no one ever finds out or sees it, or sees the signs. Which is why in the aftermath of a suicide, you will so often hear from people like, I didn't know that they were struggling, or I didn't know that, and they seem to be doing so well, and like, because part of being suicidal is often like masking it really, really hard. And so it happens like that. It happens like a cut, right? It just, all of a sudden someone is just dead and you go, what the fuck? What? Right? Because a lot of the time, sometimes it is more obvious than that, but a lot of the times it isn't. Grim, you know. But yeah, that was one of the things that hit me a little bit hard. Watching it, just kind of like that. My initial reaction was, that must be Kaufmo, right? That's Kaufmo. That's broken out of. Oh no, it's not Kaufmo. Oh no, oh no, right? Because even for me, it was like, even though I kind of expected something like that to happen, I was like, oh, that can't be right. Oh fuck, it is. Let's see. Timmy J, greetings and love from Germany. Did you talk about how Jax calls herself the F slur at 1724? Or at least I think so. 17.
That way it shows truly just how little I care. Don't forget. How little I care.
It could be the F slur, yeah. Could also just be fuck. Possibly. And like, again, this is the Jax that is wearing the dress ironically, doing misogyny ironically, doing homophobia, queerphobia ironically, right? Like, that's that aspect of the personality. So yeah, that's entirely possible. Because again, that's, you know, when you are intensely self-hating, that's the kind of thing you might do. A thought I had about this ever since watching Dr. Barber Says, I'm not crazy for seeing parallels between abstracting and going hollow, right? No, like in the Dark Souls sense, I imagine you mean. No, there is a similarity there. I think the difference is in Dark Souls, going hollow is the process of just slowly losing yourself, slowly losing your consciousness of yourself and your identity. Like, it's this very slow erosion of the soul that happens over the course of, like, centuries, right? Or years and years and years. Abstraction is, broadly speaking, a little bit more... It's more akin to an acute psychological crisis or a psychotic break. Whereas going hollow is more... It has a closer metaphorical relationship with depression, I think. I don't think they're... Like, there's some overlap between them, though. Absolutely. Anyway, I think that's all the super chats. That was a fucking lot. Jesus Christ. Thank you all. It's very, very kind of you. And I think that's the end of them. That's all of them. So at 5.5 hours, I think we can probably start to call this to a close. There's some more lore in the articles. Yeah, not really. Like, there's a little bit. Like, it's fluff, mostly. I don't think it tells us any new details that we don't get told otherwise. But yeah, that was a digital amazing circus. That was that. That was the show. That was the show what it was. Fucking hell. It's not flawless. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's flawless. Like we talked about, there's a structural thing where it feels like this is 2 episodes kind of welded together, maybe. The early episodes have some pacing problems. There are definitely bits where I could see an argument for extending the show a little bit, giving it a little bit more middle space before we head towards the conclusion. It's not flawless because nothing is. But it's a fucking achievement, man. It's a fucking achievement. The workers at Glitch should be unspeakably proud that they managed to make this. And I really, really hope that they're being really well compensated as well. I hope it has been a joy to work on it for everyone. I know it hasn't been for Goose necessarily the whole time, because of, you know, the everything. But I really hope the people who made this are proud and happy about it. I really hope they had a good experience doing it. Because you can say what you want about it. Like, literally whatever you want. You can't argue that the show isn't coming from a place of deep love for human beings. Like, at the very core of what it's trying to get at, it is humanist. It is saying, love other human beings. That's the thing that matters, right? And that's... It's a trite message in some ways. It's a simple message. It's not, you know... it's not deep in the sense of, like, it's not... anyone could have said that out loud. More people should. But it's also... Certainly, I believe this is, like... This is the core of how to be human, right? Is care for others. And you can say whatever the fuck you want about the show. You cannot argue that its heart is not in the right place. Because it is. Its heart is in the right place, and it commits to it. And, like, there are billion-dollar corporations making a lot of very, very expensive work that cannot say the same. And that's sad, but, you know, it is a triumph. For what it is, for the circumstances that it came from, for the fact that this is trans art made by a, like, led by a trans person telling a trans story to a massive major mainstream audience, should be considered fucking historic. Again, you can have complicated feelings about representation and the ways that like transients are portrayed and all that, but you do have to recognize that fact that a trans person just with fucking sweat and toil and God knows how many hours of work made a show that became so big that it fucking outdid a Star Wars movie at the cinema. It outsold a Star Wars movie at the cinema. So, you know, like, that's fucking amazing. Literally no matter what. That is amazing. And it is a historic achievement, this show. Let's not rewatch that scene right now. Maybe not that one. Yeah. It's a triumph. It is incredibly impressive. And everyone who worked on it should be astonishingly proud of themselves. Anyway, one last super chat from Hero of Mithra. One for the road. T-girls deserve to rule the world. I will not disagree. Because I am an ally. And that, I think, is gonna be the end of it for me. Thank you all for watching this along with me. How many people were even here? Oh, fucking hell! Okay, I had not taken a look at the viewership of... The fuck do you mean there's 2,000 people here? There was 4,700 people at peak. Jesus Christ. Okay. I thought I was talking to like maybe 1K or something. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, thank you for 4,000 people for tuning into this nonsense. I hope it was worth your time. Oh, that's a lot of people to disappoint. I'm gonna call the stream here, and then I'll get to work on making some shorts about the character design of Digital Circus, I think. And then maybe I'll start writing that video essay. Have a good night, everyone.